Jesus.
Very well. If we make it 8 o'clock Eastern again, I might be late couple times.
Mm-hmm. Well, just
late by a couple of minutes doesn't change much, honestly.
just beg to your friends don't get into trouble.
Yeah.
It's not a challenge.
So exactly it. So, you know,
It's a promise.
Yeah, it's a
'cause I'm not rebalancing encounters. Fuck it. It's already pretty
On the
hard.
fly?
No.
Okay.
There we go.
Game and already started the streaming, so yes.
Change the pick. Easy. As.
What
Oh, hello, I'm back. This is
So is Atros recapping or what?
Yeah, well, yeah, we know that H
Yeah,
is
no,
supposed
he
to,
is
so-
he is recapping, all right.
Yeah, even though I don't got much.
Should have paid attention last session.
I was, and I still don't have much thanks to your confirmation.
Let me pull up my.
Well, let's try to remember then.
I mean, the only relevant information that I got was
Let me
that
send you
Alec
my
is sending
notes.
us out
Give me
to
a second.
fucking get some documents because apparently Alec is getting cuffed out of some fucking things that he wants, and he suspects the mayor is behind it, but he wants us to get documents or some shit. to prove it.
Let me send you my freaking sheets. Give me my thingamajig. Give me a second.
Nah. If Ronan wants to yell at me, then I don't fucking care.
It's just out of respect.
I
for
took
him.
notes of majority of the wrong things, so it doesn't fucking matter.
FYI, my notes are all around the place, but like it's mostly like for a guide for the memory. But here you go. Give me a second. Because I need to pass these notes also to my freaking over here to my desktop. Okay. There you go.
Why the fuck is this song such a fucking banger? Doesn't make sense.
Because it's
Yeah.
a worker. That is
Hold on, let me copy paste to you the information that I do have actually. At least the information that you just sent me that I have. Hold on.
Wait, what? You copy pasting it to Ronan?
No. I'm just fucking. Do you not listen to what I just said?
He said, "Let me copy paste the information to you." That's all I heard. I don't know who you
Yeah,
is,
that's
but
yeah, that's what I heard too.
I am you.
I am you, you're me. I'm me.
He's me, and I'm you.
Um,
Let me also make sure I freaking put all that into the actual session 45.
this is basically all the information that I have.
Damn.
alright.
Then there you go. Add to it with what I freaking add you, man. Go ahead, go at it.
Let me just.
Imagine needing physical notes or digital notes instead of just not remembering things.
Believe me, you'll freaking need it on freaking college.
Listen,
I am in college.
Listen, my memory by this point is being taken too much by fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card effects.
Yeah, cringe, dude.
I double check that I freaking.
It's not even by the point that I read the cards and remember their effects, it's that I'm so fucking scarred by them.
Okay.
You can only get Ash Blossom so many times before you remember what the fucking Ash Blossom does. Bye, spoil.
Go ahead, give the recap, Atris.
I mean, fucking. I don't know. Well, we ate pastries. We set a clock. We talked to a lich. We find out things about Amon. Fucking. Oh yeah, I completely forgot that they had a Tarrasque in the zoo. Yeah, oh wow, yeah, no, that just came back to me. We went into the Lich's lab. He analyzed Ethan's blood. Fucking. What the hell? We discussed the mission. Don't mess with demons. Remington Cosmetics is a target company. Supplier gave things in Eastern Republic. The target is the mayor, late 50s. They find out where they get their ingredients and proof where they gathered. Target's a bit overweight, will dress. Yeah. I don't fucking know, man.
Sad day to have ears.
I don't know. I could just leave the table. Fucking nothing would change, honestly.
Ronan?
Yeah, we're waiting for Atrus. He hasn't logged in.
Oh, to roll 20.
Oh, I'm in the wrong fucking thing.
Did you enter freaking Leia?
Wait, you entered Leia?
I thought I clicked out, but apparently I didn't.
Oh yeah, future. Do we have to recap?
I think I clicked out of
Leia's
Leia.
final session
Hell no.
for
I
the
think
new
I clicked
campaign.
out of Leia, clicked back into Leia, and then joined Leia instead of Arilia, and I was very confused.
Why no one is here?
Okay, now that we have all of you here, Atrus, if you please do the recap of the last session. So, would you mind telling us what
Alright,
happened last
third
time? and the
fucking
next
time.
ones?
We landed in Amon, we ate some pastries. We we learned some history about Amon. We learned
yeah,
about the-
you can skip them on stuff, that's freaking boring as crap.
Okay, then we learned of the Nosferatu. We learned that Alec, which is the Lich, has a fucking Tarrasque in the zoo. By this point, feels like a bad hangover remembering that. Fucking, he analyzed Ethan's blood. We discussed mission. We discussed the mission on fucking. Alec not getting some supplies. We suspect that the target is the mayor and that we have to go recover documents proving such.
Okay, would anybody else mind catching us all up on what happened with actual context this time around, please?
Alright. So the session didn't start with us landing, it started us off with after we met Alec, right?
Mhm.
And we had a little conversation with him, and he left for a bit and left us in this little, dining room with a bunch of pastries, desserts, all kinds of stuff. Argus was eating like a savage caveman, you know.
What? A
Yeah.
savage caveman.
Yeah.
Argus is
He-
being careful.
Careful not to have any etiquette. But, you know.
He got you there.
Either way.
Ever in the spirit of the contrarian.
Either way. The group, you know, they ate and whatever, and as they were finishing up, Alec came back and they were just discussing, you know, the dessert and whatever the fuck, and Ethan had a throwaway comment about how, you know, their chef is an artist, whilst our one was like just a chef, and that.
Okay, allow me to interrupt you there. It's a recap, not the retelling of the entire thing.
Okay.
4 hours in here.
All right.
Important points. Thank you.
Okay, tangent to Ethan mentioning dampiers and whatever the fuck, and then Alec telling him, hey, I got a basement with that shit in it. We got 2 of those. They're dead. They were dead like since 200 years ago. We went there, we inspected them, asked a few questions, got a bit of history about them. They were from a different progenitor because we did a little blood test on that. What more? We also discussed the mission, which was to extract certain documents to prove that this certain this certain business that's being run in I forgot the name of the city, but
Arlington.
oh yeah, in Burlington, I
Burlington.
guess,
Turn.
Yeah.
is a front for a bit of underground Umbright trading, I think, or something like that.
What?
No, it's
Where the
not
fuck
front.
did you
They're
get that
getting-
from?
They're
Wasn't
getting,
Umbright?
they're getting illegal
Wait,
supplies.
hold on, wait.
Oh,
The
illegal
reason-
supply?
Hold on.
Yeah,
What?
the reason we know they're getting illegal supplies is because Alec knows that they're using Tarask materials in their product,
okay.
and Alex is like the
Tarask.
arbiter of Tarask materials. And
Even I still
Okay.
remember that it had nothing to do with them, right? Well, so far that we know.
it
As far as you know, it had nothing to do with Umbright.
we don't
Yeah.
know if the company itself has anything to do with Umbright, but
Yeah,
as
yeah,
far
that's
as
what I
we
said,
know,
as
the
far
people
as
that
we
are
know.
supplying the illegal supplies might have something to do with Umbright.
They
Well, the
so
important to avoid
the
confusion, the
company,
important parts. The important
they
parts.
source
that
different
confuse-
Ravens Purge. That's what we also.
No,
I am going to do the recap to avoid any more confusion. So the reason why you went to Gladria was to find out something related to the Gladrian ingredients you found in Ravensburg when you raided the agricultural.
Wait, I was right
research
on
station.
Dino. The fuck?
What?
Would you let me explain? Thank you. So, you all found that some of the ingredients that we're using, that were being used in this manufactured process of mutating people using Umbright in Ravensburg, some of the other ingredients that were not Umbright were sourced from Gladria. When you were tapped into going into Gladria, the reason you went in there is to find out the origin of these ingredients, thinking or in the belief that that will lead you down the path of tracking the hands of the matriarch. And so you got to Avante, Ramon Avante. That's the name of the city. You got to Avante and you found out your contact was, in fact, the lord of the city, which happened to be a lich, one of the members of the academia. And so in a conversation with this lich, the lich informs you of basically a mission and the reason why basically you were summoned to Avante in the first place and why this lich has become your contact. And that is because the Gladian ingredients that you found in Ravensburg and this lich have something in common, and that is they were sourced by the same people from basically something he controls to fuel a competing company that is basically has its headquarters in Pernington, and that's where you're tasked with investigating. This lich, Alec, is certain that this company is using illegal means because he's sourcing ingredients illegally. He just needs you to find the proof. And with said proof, you also think it will lead you down the path of tracking whoever is related to supplying the Gladiator ingredients, and thus whoever is related to the Hands of the Matriarch, thus being able to connect them to the Hands of the Matriarch and find the Hands of the Matriarch. That's basically it. So anybody else need more clarification or?
Nope.
Okay. So, now that the web has been untangled a little bit, you find yourselves sitting in the dining room of Il Palazzo Nero, the residence of Alec. After you have your conversation, you have your objectives. And so, gentlemen, the day at this point, it's basically close to noon or around noon, is yours. So what do you do?
Ooh, Argus. There's still servants around, right? They haven't like gone back into the house yet.
Oh no, as you basically came in from the lair, from the laboratory, you noticed that the servants first left as you were leaving into the laboratory, and when you arrived and Alec himself left, the servants came back.
Oh, okay, cool. Just gonna walk over to one of the servants. Yes, is it possible for us to get like, like go to the library or find a map of the town we're going to?
Well, yes, sir, absolutely. You can go to the library. Did you need guidance to get there?
Yes, that would be perfect.
And also maybe one of God damn it, of Den Heights, might as well.
Oh, a map of them. Okay, yeah. I'll make a list.
If I remember correctly, Dan Heights is a pretty small town, right? If not a village.
Probably, I don't know.
I don't know. Just making sure.
As you're basically talking to each other, the carriage is what he says.
Oh, okay,
He's
perfect.
accompanied. He leads you into one of the carriages. However, I need to ask, how are you boarding the carriage?
What do you?
Oh,
Well,
we're
of
letting
course
oh fuck, I can't. Mr. Orion.
Barnabas.
We're letting
Mr.
Sir
Orion.
Orion into the carriage.
Okay. I will let that.
What the rest of you is doing, because that's one person into the carriage. What is the
This
rest
is
of
like
you doing?
this is the armored carriage, right?
Yep.
Okay. How many people did we fit in there last time? It was like
It
two
was
people inside, or was it?
No, it was me. It was the freaking. What is the contact or supposedly contact? Fucking Antonio. No.
Tony.
Yeah, Tony. Yeah. And then you guys were waiting outside, so.
Okay, so one person can go inside with them.
Oh, that'd be
I'll-
Uthox then.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
sure, that works too. Ether can go inside.
You're
I'll hang out on the outside
You're my bodyguards.
on one of the corners. Yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta protect Mr.
All right, so basically it's gonna be Mr. Orion and Uthark inside the carriage, while the rest of you perch yourselves outside of the carriage in each of the four corners, as you do when you're doing guard duty. And so the carriage sets on its way, rounding the streets of the city out of this very luxurious area that is Il Palazzo Nero, and the area that's surrounded by these lavish estates and whatnot. And so you're basically led down the street into like what seems to be a much more bustling and much more active part of the city. The journey by carriage takes you, I'd say around 20 to 30 minutes. It's not overtly long. Even though at some point the carriage actually stops and, well, to whoever two is in the frontal part of the carriage, the conductor turns and goes like, this is Il Grande Archivo. It's the library you were looking for.
Oh, perfect. All right, awesome.
Hell yeah.
I have
Argus
orders
will-
to wait for you here and then escort you to wherever you need to go.
Okay, perfect. That works. Argus will open the door for Master Orion.
Okay. Open the door.
Yeah, I go inside.
You are outside. Okay. It's a bit weird that even though you are Barnabas Orion, you're not really dressed as Barnabas Orion because you never stated you'd be dressed as Barnabas Orion. But anyway,
What was the name of the library? Was it like
Wait, if I remember, it's not like not even one day that since we arrived.
yep.
So,
You have basically arrived in the morning and now it's noon.
so I basically have the same clothes as like in the morning. So,
You didn't say anything. I'm not going to assume anything. I am going to assume you all didn't see the knife that stabbed Divan in his back and just one-shot him. There you go. I'm just going to assume that. No checks.
Wait, what?
Oh my god.
There you go.
Ronnie,
Divan
wait.
is dead, guys. I mean, I
Ronnie,
assumed
when
you
did
would
this
notice,
happen?
but you didn't.
Hey, wait, when did this
sorry.
happen? Wait, when did this happen?
No, Red, that's the whole point, Red.
What? Why
No,
did this
that's
happen?
the whole point.
Why did
That
I
is-
already?
Playing into the joke.
Yeah.
Anyway, you didn't state anything, my guy. I'm not going to assume that you got dressed because you didn't say anything. So I'm assuming you're just looking like your regular self. Somehow you're being escorted very heavily for some reason, but that's it. Keep that in mind. So, you're basically standing in front of a beautiful Byzantine-looking building that has like a giant Duomo in the center of it. It's got this big, wide staircase going up into what looks to be like a grand entrance. What do you do?
I'm waiting for Orion to go first, actually.
I mean, maybe we should, lead the way. We are his bodyguards. Or
think so?
I'll lead the way. I'll lead the way. Don't worry. Just, keep him. I'll be the front forward guard. The tip of the spear, and
He stays in the middle. Yeah, he stays in the middle.
Exactly. All right, let's go, guys. Come on.
I'll be second. I'll be second, and then you guys cover the back, and then he can be in the middle.
Alrighty. As soon as we
Okay,
go
so
in,
you're all basically guiding. Mr. Orion is in the middle. Leading the charge is Argus with his cane and whatnot going up the stairs to the flanks. I don't know who's in the flanks. I believe Damien said he was going to be in the flank. Anyway,
Yeah. Wait, what is flank?
two of you are flanking Mr. Orion, and there's other two in the back. You're all kind of like very. You know what? Make a performance check.
We
Make a
we can't do
performance
bluff.
check. No, not even bluff. Performance. At this point,
Oh,
this
dude.
is too far off to be considered bluffing. This is a performance you're putting together. So make a performance check.
I don't have a good one.
If you are untrained,
Oh, okay.
simply make. If you have a negative, of course, roll negatives.
Okay.
But if you are untrained, just roll a d20.
I can't
Look at that.
what if I have bonuses on my own train? But the bonuses?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you can apply your bonuses. Yes.
Here.
It's the
got a
check
10.
becomes higher. The check becomes high. I mean, the check is already pretty high because I mean, what you're trying to do is ridiculous. So
Yeah. We did not roll good.
you.
Yeah, we look like everything. We look out of place.
Tried.
We literally look out of place.
I mean, this is just at this point, this is ridiculous. Anyway, so okay, so you all rolled in, perfect. I mean, as you begin to move, it looks a little awkward because the guy that you're quotation marks protecting looks just like you. It's you basically, and that in on itself has a little bit of a comical element to it. But hey, you're doing your job pretty decently, you think? You know, you're going up the stairs, you're keeping the formation, you're kind of like looking at the sides. You know, there's a couple of you that stand out, like, you know, the 7 feet weirdly pale thing that is flanking to the back of the group. It's like a very dystopian kind of like image of like you got a 7 feet tall next to like a 3 feet tall goblin walking in the back, and then it's
7
all
feet tall.
Ethan's 6'6", but yeah.
Yeah, nobody in
all-
this group is 7 foot.
I mean,
it's all kinds. It's all next to a goblin. It looks like he's 7 fucking feet.
Next to a goblin, yeah.
It's all very weird. But you're playing your part. You're looking around. You're kind of like going up the stairs, and in this weird entourage, you arrive at the entrance of the archives, and you see that there's like a giant door that is open ajar. There are 2 guards posted at the entrance. They look at you. Hold. Take your business.
Look back.
We want to visit the library.
The archives.
Oh, you come from Il Palazzo?
Yes.
The Palazzo visitors are here.
Yeah,
Yes. Por favore. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't. Wait, what does por favor mean?
Please.
Oh. I don't. Is Palazzo. Wait, is Palazzo
I
a
start to move, so I guess everyone moves with me.
Yeah.
Okay, so you start to move. At this point, you're playing your parts. The entourage follows you.
Yeah.
So you all walk into this beautiful place, and what you find before you is this wide open lobby. You see bookshelves to the sides, and weirdly enough, they cover all the way up to the dome, while the books don't fall down, because at some point you see these books are covering the ceiling as well. They don't fall down. It's just filled with books and scrolls and archives. You see rows of bookshelves and tables and little places where you can sit and read. And you see in the middle of this hall, kind of like in a circular pattern, organized in a circular pattern, you see what looks to be like a central circular desk with 3 people that are in it. You see people coming and going. You know, some people look in the bookshelves. Make a perception check.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Perception check. Where's my perception? Oh, I'm blind. Here's.
19.
13. Damn.
Jeez.
28.
I got 20, 30.
Jeez.
So, you look around and you stand out like a sore thumb in this place. Like, the second you just walked in, heavily armed escort, like, people look at you and they immediately just leave the vicinity of where you are. It's automatic at this point. It's just, there is a void where you guys are walking. Like, people are actively avoiding you. So what do you do?
We go to the, I guess, to the front desk, the reception or whatever it's called, to get information.
It is the reception. There is no front desk because it's organized in a circular pattern.
Yeah.
So it is the reception. You walk down this, again, like you basically just went up a huge staircase and now you're going down what looks to be like a ramp. There's like a beautiful carpet beneath your feet. It's all very lavish, and the smell, it smells like, you know, like you just walked into like a flower shop and it has that fresh smell combined with like the flower aroma and stuff like that. It's very pleasant, very relaxing. So you walk to the front desk. I was gonna say fuck you. To the reception. To the reception. You walk to the reception area, and well, there was like a lady and a couple of guys in there. One of them has long pointy ears, so you assume he's either an elf or a half elf.
Yeah.
And the lady looks at you. Yes, visitors from the palazzo, see?
Yeah, we are.
Buonasera, good morning. Well, afternoon, really. What do we owe the pleasure?
Yes, we want to visit your archive where you keep the maps. I want to go to Permiton, and I don't want to get lost. So, and you know, my cats too.
Of course, signore. Yes. Would you mind? And she looks at the human that is next to her. Sì, Octavio, per favore. Might you guiding these fine gentlefolk to the cartography section? He's like, of course. Please. You see the man that was to this lady's left? Look at all of you. Per favore, follow me.
Yeah, I follow him.
Okay. Again, the entourage at this point is kind of all looking around. Looking up, it's the sky, and there's bookshelves everywhere. You know, it's like you begin to look around. You know, kind of like you put in your best, kind of like we are taking care of something face. As you walk around, you know, some of you actually take it a step too far, as in, you know, so you look around the corner. One of you kind of like looks beneath a table. You know, at that point, like more people begin to look at you and kind of like, what the fuck? But you proceed through rows and rows of books in this labyrinthine now maze of shelves and desks. You could get easily lost in this place if you had a guide or you were familiar with the place to begin with, because at this point, the large atrium that opened before you, basically now you're in it. You're now in this maze of bookshelves and whatnot. And now you're not looking at it from like a top-down perspective. Now you're in it, and it's a bit disorienting. However, you get to a section that says cartography. And you see several rows of books and scrolls and basically a plethora of documents and tomes to sift through. And this person turns at you. Is there anything specific Signore is looking for?
Do you have like the map of the city?
Specifically, the map of the city.
Not the city. We're looking for Pernington and Dan Heights.
Oh,
Pernington and Dan Heights.
Yeah.
I'm afraid. Perdone. And he basically takes his hand to like his ear for a second. Sì. Dan Heights. Sì. Is it updated? Per favore. Grazie. Sì. And he looks at you. We're trying to look for an updated map of Dan Heights. It's not a very recognized place. It's a small town, really. There isn't much of a map. But we will definitely be providing you with at least something. As when it comes to Pernington, the main issue with Pernington is that it's not a city. It is considered a town, but it has grown significantly over the past 2 decades. And so cartography maps are not properly updated yet. So you might find a few differences here and there. But do please, and he basically, you see him walk towards the end of the hallway you're on, and he looks at something that is written on like the side of the bookshelf, and he disappears from your eyesight briefly, and then comes back with a huge scroll as he puts it on the table and opens it. So this is the most updated map of the town of Pernington. Ari also kind of like opens up another scroll that he has under his arm, and well, this is a very recent artist's rendition of the city's most recognized landmark. This will be the harbor of Pernington. And he basically puts it on like a table, and it's like, is there anything else the senores want?
Is it possible for us to get copies of these, or are these?
Absolutely, yes.
Perfect. We'd love to get copies.
They will be waiting for you in the front desk when you decide to leave.
Thank you.
I'm kind of interested on if there's an engineering section in this place. Is there?
If
You never know.
An engineering section, there are technical books, yes, plenty. You can find some here regarding architecture. You may find books. It depends on the specifics.
How about regarding avionics and maybe mechanisms?
I mean, we do have a section that is about airships, if that is what you're interested. Avionics covers many, many things, such as, you may find something in the biology section that might help you, flying creatures. You might also find things from our entomology collection. Insects are known to be very good flyers in some cases, others not so much. When it comes to mechanisms, you will find pretty much, it depends. It's almost as wide a term, perdone my daring, but it's almost as wide a term as engineering. Mechanisms can be many things, from whatever makes the door function to whatever makes this library function.
Anything, well, to be a bit more specific, even though it's still quite broad, how about Magitech?
Oh, we do have a small section of Magitech. We ourselves do not dabble into Magitech, but we do have indeed a section, not too broad, about Magitech, mostly a scientific reference when it comes to studying some of the Republic's artifacts.
I'd be quite interested on it.
How long do the senores plan to stay?
How long?
Here, I'm looking at the map right now. I don't know, an hour maybe.
No, in the city, we're gonna keep in the city like a couple of days, and then gonna go.
Oh, in the city. Oh, my bad. I thought you meant like staying in the library. I'm sorry.
No, we're gonna stay in the city here for a couple of days, and then gonna move to Pernington because I may have some perspectives there to buy some supplies.
The individual business of the senora is no concern to one such as myself. But absolutely, if you're looking for a prolonged stay, and he looks at you, Lawrence, I can most definitely take you to the sections you are interested in. Those are quite broad and deep aspects of a study. But if you're looking for, again, specific references, I will be most happy to assist you. Otherwise, I don't really know where to start.
Alrighty. To start off, what would you be considered the most popular, or what in your point of view would be probably the most up to date, and probably what would be the correct word for this? The one that covers most of the material to a certain degree.
There is not.
Or the
Sadly, when it comes to technical sciences, there is not one size fits all type of literature. You will find as many authors and as many writings as, Pretty much there are topics to cover and then some.
How about prosthetics made with Magitech? Anything on that?
I do not. Honestly, again, Magitech is not something we sift through frequently. We don't work with Magitech. I could take you to our small Magitech section, and you could definitely peruse the books in there. But specifics, as in something as specialized as prosthetics, I mean, I could definitely try and see if there is anything. And he takes his hand to his ear again. See,
Even if there's
anything
nothing.
regarding.
You know what would be
regarding-
interesting? Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. You know what would be interesting is if anybody's done any research on combining Magitech with alchemy. That'd be interesting. And it'd probably fall in the purview of Galadriel to some degree.
No, the Magitech is, at its very core, a combination of technical sciences and magic, which includes alchemy.
Oh, yeah, of course. But maybe somebody in Galadriel has done a little bit more with the alchemy side of it instead of the more of the technical side of it. Just a thought.
You could peruse the books in there. I'm not entirely familiar on that specific. Again, Magitech is, at its very foundation, the combination of conventional engineering and magic, which includes alchemy. A lot of the elements of Magitech devices, as far as my knowledge goes, which is, and I apologize for it, very limited, is the fact that it combines such said elements. I mean, to be frank, the Guardian Federation is not the best place to study about Magitech.
How about airships, though? You mentioned that earlier.
Oh, yes, there is plenty of documentation about airships from specifics in regards to airships, and from their engines to their construction to their history to their evolution to anything, really. Do you have any specific in mind?
Honestly, the evolution sounds kind of interesting overall.
Okay. So, for general purposes, because I'm not about to fucking make up books and shit. For the general fucking purposes, you stay for an hour in the library, you look at the map 50 billion times, you collect your copies. In the case of you, Lawrence, I'm going to need you to make an intelligence check and a knowledge engineering check.
Okay, it's separate. Got it. Intelligence.
I don't know how you can combine intelligence and knowledge engineering, but...
I mean, knowledge engineering is D12. So it's not 20 plus 12. And 31 on the knowledge engineering.
Okay, so you basically look around. You're guided to the section that mostly depicts airships. You spend an hour there, and this section on airships alone is basically on the other side of the library to where you were in, and it's huge. There is plenty of bookshelves about it. They hand you over a catalog of like books. The catalog in on itself is at least 1,000 pages long. You basically sift through it. It's 1,000 pages of like names of books and places where they're located when it comes to the specifics of airships. You kind of like pick a couple almost at random at that point, because all of the names kind of like blend together. There's like the history of airships in Galadriel. There's the Galadriel history of airships, Galadriel modern airship history. There's a bunch of like those technical names that blend together. So at this point, you're not even able to find something specifically what you're looking for, tailored to your taste. You almost pick up a couple books at random. You kind of like sift through them. You realize that the process of Gladian airship making is fundamentally different from the Astanan process. In the Astanan Republic, they use a lot of ceruleum to power airships. In the Gladian Federation, they use not as much ceruleum. They still use ceruleum to a degree, but not as much. However, what they use is live magical forces. They use stuff like, for example, remnants of an elemental, and they use stuff like active magic artifacts that provide certain properties to the airships. There are essentially engines that would grant an entire airship the ability to fly, much like the spell fly does. There are other airships that have special sails that allows them to fly. You find plethora of information on the process and essentially how these airships have evolved through the years, and you kind of like contrast it with your knowledge of Aston and engineering in a way, and you realize that the difference is fundamental, but the results is kind of like the same. The airships have a similar speed. They have a similar tonnage when it comes to the maximum capacity they carry, and you kind of like confirm or realize the fact that pretty much it's just two different ways to get to the same result.
Alrighty.
Or you're looking to something else more specific?
Nope, that's perfect.
Okay. So, at this point, you all finish your little voyage in this library. So, is there anything else you would like to do?
No.
I mean, we could always go visit the zoo. We're being here for a couple of days.
You can, I guess.
Might as well. I'm interested in seeing a Trask. So
Yeah, that would be pretty sick.
Fine. You know what? Where does Sir Orion want to go?
All
Did
right.
Sir Orion fucking die?
I think I can do that back real quick.
He's feeding his dog.
Orion,
He's feeding his dog, apparently.
question.
He's feeding his dog.
He's gonna feed his dog right now.
yeah.
The bunch like walks off, feeds some stray dogs, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
God.
Mr. Ryan walks off, feeds some stray dogs.
So,
Thinking about
again, you plan to stay for 2 days, but this is the noon, well, a little bit over afternoon. I'd say it's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon of your first day in Avante. You want to go see the zoo?
I don't know. It is the afternoon. Maybe it's better to see the zoo earlier in the morning.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow.
And we did just get here.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you're right, dude. So maybe we'll go tomorrow or something.
So please, what are you doing right now? Your plans for tomorrow, they're very pretty. What are you doing right now?
Get back to
I
the
mean, we
ship,
head back, I guess.
Let's head back to the ship. We reorganize.
Okay, you're heading back to the ship then?
Show up the maps.
Oh, yeah, we do have to fill them in on the information and everything, huh? Yeah, let's head back to the ship. You guys are right. Go to the fucking zoo.
No, you can go to the zoo if you want to. It's perfectly fine, but I'm just asking, what do you want to do?
Yeah, we'll head back to the ship.
Okay. So, you all get on board the carriage. You tell the person in the carriage to take you. Well, Mr. Barnabas Orion tells the person that is leading the carriage as the very wealthy businessman leading this entourage to take them back to the airship docks. And so the carriage takes you there. Again, it's a bit of a carriage ride, roughly half an hour to 40 minutes. You get to soak the views of Avante. Again, a beautiful city. You kind of like, at this point, you're traversing through its like small streets and canals, and it's this quaint place that has a very weird thing, because like you're used to the more technologically prominent places you've been in the past. You know, Hishtare, those of you who come from the Saren hierarchy is, again, very forward technologically. You've been to San Hartan, which is like a classical city, but has this technological undertones. But this time around, this is entirely like, you see almost no airships in the sky, which is like, I mean, weird. Judging by the fact that, yeah, you come from a place where airships are pretty common. You're seeing basically people walking. You don't see a lot of like public transportation. You see a lot of carriages, a lot of horses, but you don't see any means of public transportation besides that, which is a bit strange. But other than that, you kind of like make it out of the way to the airship's dock. And so you kind of like go in. At this point, your airship is where you left it. And so the carriage basically stops right outside of the dock. In particular, your airship is docked in. And you get off your carriage. You basically move forward. You see that this dry dock, or this dock for the most part, is empty. there are no people in it and stuff. However, you do realize that as you're approaching the entrance of your airship, you see a familiar figure kind of like checking or inspecting something in the ship. You see Dory as he's kind of looking from looks at you. Ah, you made it back. Good.
Yeah, we're back, buddy.
All right. So, you got anything important to say?
Yeah, we have to go do oh my god. Oh fuck. Yeah, we gotta go see a zoo. We gotta go see a zoo tomorrow, but
Ah,
you know,
well,
beyond that, we do have a pretty big
nothing
mission.
much to report here. They've left us completely alone, so there's nothing much to report on this end of
Okay.
the trek. Everything seems pretty copacetic. Astrid is doing fine, so she
That's
hasn't been
good.
complaining about anything. So they haven't tried to do anything funny to the ship, and so yeah.
That's
Anyway,
good.
welcome back. Glad to see you alive. It's a bit on edge being this deep into the Federation, but other than that, everything has been going smoothly.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to meet a lich today. That was a bit of a surprise.
Oh yeah. Franken was all kinds of fuzzy about it.
Yeah.
Sam has been trying to make him talk. He hasn't been very forthcoming. She
Apparently,
thinks
him and
that-
the lich have had like a history or something. It's
Yeah, I think Franken was a student or
Sam
something, I'm
is-
pretty sure.
I mean, Sam is pissed for two reasons. First one is Stein not wanting to talk about his past with, the Lich. When he says Lich, he kind of like mutters to himself, the Lich. And the other is, he looks straight at Ethan. Someone just had food. I'd be
Hey.
sleeping with both eyes open, boy. That woman is vindictive.
I mean,
I haven't worked with her for the past 5 years for nothing. I'll sleep with both eyes open if I were you.
you see, as one who follows syzygy, it's keen for me to keep balance. I compliment one, I have to diss the other. Yeah.
I do not know what you just talked about, but let me tell you something. Biting the hand that feeds you ain't a good pawn, my guy. Ain't a good pawn. I don't know half the bullshit you just talked about, but let me tell you something. Again, you do not bite the hand that gives you food, you dummy. Not what you can hear it. You hear all of you hear a voice in your head. Yes, I am hearing it now. Thank you very much. That was sad. Anyway, glad to see you back, crew. Please debrief in the meeting. We'll debrief in we'll debrief in the mess hall.
No.
Lunch is ready.
Jesus, I hope it's not poisonous.
So what do you do?
All of you.
Arius is like, he's like looking at the map, heading down to the mess hall. It's like, oh, this is an interesting place.
Okay, so you're looking at the map of Pernington.
Pernington, yeah. Oh, and then I quickly flip over to Dan Heights. Is there like a date on the Dan Heights map, or is it like?
So basically, the date of the Dan Heights map basically dates back to year 307.
Oh shit! Wait, what's the current year?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Make a survival check.
Actually, I don't know this
Look
either.
at the calendar. Look at the
Look at it, can
There is no calendar. Great. You have a watch. You don't have a calendar. Make an intelligence check.
All right.
Ethan's gonna go out and buy himself a calendar.
Nathan's gonna go out and buy himself a fucking iPod.
Wait,
12.
what the hell? Okay.
I got 20.
Okay, so after you're trying to calculate what year is it, you certainly remember is year 321.
Oh, okay.
Break that down.
Damn. Wait, could you not have done like a history check or something?
Yeah, I could have done that, but I thought it was fun to make a survival check.
All right. Oof. I mean, it's a little over a decade old. It's workable. Maybe almost 2 decades.
Argus, can I check out the Purlington map?
The Purnington map? It says Purnington right there.
Purlington, whatever.
Here you go. Check it out. Don't rip it up or anything.
How old is this map? Like the year dating back to?
The year on that map says year 320.
Okay, this one's only 1 year.
That's not too bad. I mean, as much as we know about Dan Heights right now, I doubt it's changed much in a decade. Maybe they have some new businesses opened or something, or I don't know. That'd be my
If you look
guess.
at the map of Dan Heights, it's literally a bunch of houses, a square, and that's it.
Oh shit! Okay.
Like, it's a town. When you look at Parnington, you realize this is a town in name only. It's got a harbor, like there is like a fucking commercial district. It has a waterway. It looks like a miniature version of Avante in a way. Its architecture is different than Avante's, but it has that similar kind of like, city by the waterway or city by the water side in look to it.
Okay.
It's so small.
But there's a big difference between Arlington and Dan Heights. Dan Heights is what you would consider a town to look like. Not very different from Lida when you went there. But in the case of Purnington, it does not look like a town. It looks like a small city. It looks closer to, again, what Ravensperch size would be, even though you could think it's a bit bigger even than Ravensperch.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Is there like anything highlighting on?
Yes, there's a dragon in the middle of the town.
No, Ronan. What's like any serious stuff on the map right now on Purnington?
Again, define serious, my guy.
Location. Any big locations?
Big structures on the map.
Yes, there are.
Landmarks.
They're tall buildings.
Significant landmarks.
Any named landmarks?
Significant landmarks, you do not find anything that really stands out. There is no Il Palazzonero, there is no, giant waterfall that's built in basically
I
the city.
have no idea what Il Palazzo means. I don't know what that means.
Just the palace, and it's just
Oh man, that sounds like a skill issue, my guy.
I don't know what it means.
That's skill issue. So,
Brad, I don't know Spanish either. Either way, yeah, keep going.
It's not
so
even
basically, when you look at Burlington, there is no significant landmarks other than, big structures. They're called buildings. But other than that, it looks like a pretty, I don't want to say normal town because it is not a normal town, but it looks like a place that, it's big. It has a harbor. It's got waterways in it. You saw the painting I just showed you. So there are things in it, and I don't know if you're looking for anything more specific than that.
I guess peers over. Where's the mayor's place? The
Yeah,
mayor's
like
house.
the mayor's house or anything like that.
Make an intelligence check.
Okay. I got 18.
So you would know from your conversation with Alec that there is no such thing as the mayor's house. There is the administrative building, which, well, this map does not have a fucking arrow pointing to it because it's a public map. It's not that it's going to tell you what the administrative building is. It's just a layout of the city itself. You see a layout of the city. You see an artistic depiction of the city. You don't basically get Google Maps. This is just maps without Google.
Okay. I would assume the building might be pretty big. So how many big buildings are in the map?
Okay, perception check.
1, 2.
It's in four.
26.
26. You make an intelligence check. Let's make this fun.
Starts counting.
He lost count in the middle of the freaking count.
Let's have
I got
fun.
12.
Okay, so you lose count At 12.
All right, there's more than 12.
Mm-hmm. Like you kind of get 1, 2, 3, 4. You lost. Yeah, basically what you got to do is like fuck it. There's plenty of buildings in here.
Oh my god.
We'll figure it out once we make it there. But first, I think we should get to Dan Heights first.
Yeah, Dan Heights is kind of unimpressive, Lawrence. But I mean, it shouldn't be too hard to find your dad. I don't think. I don't know.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I say Dan Heights because it's the, how to put it, if we were to ever get into big shit in the other place, we wouldn't be able to visit Dan Heights before we leave.
At this
Yeah.
point, Sam gets to the table, basically serves food to each and every one of you, except Ethan. And she looks at you and goes like, "You can pick it up in the kitchen, princess." And she looks at all of you. So, I suggest you deal with the mission at hand. The whole Dan Heights thing seems like a personal detour.
I mean, it's a pretty important personal detour, to be fair.
Indeed, but you're here with a task.
Yeah.
And that task is to get to Pernington, as I'm hearing. So, what is this about Pernington? What did you find out? And at this point, the rest, you see a very silent, unusually silent Dr. Stein sits at the table, looks at all of you and just sinks into the food without saying a word. Fury sits next to him as usual and looks at him with like the okay face. Begins to eat and listens to all of you. At this point, Sam takes her seat at the front of the table. Looking at Ethan, you're gonna stop, princess. I suggest you go pick your food. Anyway, so what did you find?
Well, we have we found out that there is a competing company to the Alex company in Pernington. It's called PC, Pernington Company, I guess. And turns out they're getting an illegal source of materials to make their product, and they're basically undercutting Alec. And Alec wants us to find evidence of them getting this illegal material some way, somehow, and then send the evidence back to him. And hopefully we can figure out who's sourcing these illegal supplies, because they're probably the same people who source the illegal supplies in Raven's Perch. And that's basically what we have right now.
So we're looking for the source of the cladded ingredients, correct?
Yes, that's what we're just looking for, the source right now.
Is that the company was named PC?
Yeah, I believe so. Let me double check real quick. I wrote it down somewhere.
Pernington Company? That sounds like a very general name.
Yeah, it is. The owner is the mayor, apparently. It is a very strange name, I agree.
Make an intelligence check, Argus. When you say a strange name, you kind of realize, probably it's that name like that.
9.
No, it's the Pernington Company.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 100% Pernington Company. Anybody else would like to make an intelligence check?
Sure, I'll try to make an intelligence. 10.
Jesus fucking
Ethan,
Christ.
Pernington Company. Yep, Pernington Company.
Yeah, makes sense, right? Pernington Company.
Perfect sense.
It's called. No, I don't need it. I have notes. I have notes. Pernington Cosmetics. No,
Oh,
Pernington
yeah,
Cosmetics. I have
cosmetics,
notes.
right? Oh,
I don't need to
then
do check, I have notes.
basically here's your Pernington Company. Uthar kind of like jumps on and says and then you go like Pernington Cosmetics.
Yeah.
oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Cosmetics. Oh, that makes more sense.
That definitely makes more sense.
Yes, people have to remember how's the name.
Same to goes to you, Devon. We all need better memory.
Yeah.
We all need more RAM.
Okay, so what's the plan of action then?
We go as Orion. I mean, I'm gonna go to Orion to make arrange a meeting so we can check it out. See their
Yeah, but the specifics. You cannot just go there to see. No? Do you have any specific approach?
Well, right now we know the mayor probably owns the company as far as we're aware. We're going to meet up with a contact of Alex, who's been keeping an eye on the mayor, so we can get an idea of like where he is. And beyond that, well, not where he lives, but we can get like, a general idea of like how he operates during the day and stuff. One idea was we could hopefully, be interested buyers in their cosmetics. We're merchants after all, and maybe get to like a tour of their factory and see how that works. But
well, we are not merchants. He is merchant. We are his employees.
Right, of course. And then the other idea was to get the information of hopefully the person that's been keeping eyes on the mayor knows where he lives or can point us to where his office is or things like that. And we'll try and scour around there. If, the factory turns up as like a dead end, if we can't figure too much out of the factory.
Maybe
beyond that, it's the actual information we have right now is pretty limited. We do have the map of Pernington, but yeah, it's going to be kind of touch and go once we get there. But I think presenting ourselves as like interested buyers to the cosmetics would be a good way to go about it. We can get a tour of the factory, maybe see how they run. Hopefully,
I agree. That's a good angle, as well as gathering whatever intelligence can be provided in the site.
I agree.
Doing like, hi, finding out somewhat locals think about a place without raising too much suspicion.
That's a good idea too.
Ask the locals. That never fails. Other than that, you'll have to go there, establish lodging, probably.
Definitely, yes, for sure. We have to go there. We can't take the ship there.
We're not taking their ship. Absolutely not. First and foremost, from what you've provided, they don't seem to have any airship dry dock.
Yeah.
I've seen some scaffolding in one of the plants. I'm thinking they're planning to build one, but they don't seem to have like an actual airship dock established.
Is it
place.
Possible to keep the we called it the Peregrine, or did we call it the Falcon? The Peregrine, right?
No,
we called the ship
Peregrine Falcon.
Yeah, the Peregrine Falcon. Oh yeah, it was both. My bad. Is it possible to keep the Falcon nearby in case something goes bad, or should we keep the Falcon here?
That falls to you, not us. There's always room for, ship on our walk, and if you need an escape, might as well keep the ship handy. But in order for us to maintain the ship hidden, we will have to face into the ethereal plane, and that will cut off all communication. So.
Oh, that's right, huh?
There's also another matter. It's like, how long can you just like be there? Like, I don't know how long you can just be there while we're there.
Well, pretty much a long time. The ship basically takes ambient ether to sustain itself. So we really do not have a timetable as long as we don't move.
If time's not an issue, then.
That reminds me, how out there is the map from
Arlington?
It's like only about a year.
Only about a year. Would it take about a year to make that thing? Honestly, it'd probably take longer.
Make what?
The scaffolding for the dock? Yeah, it'd probably take
that.
Even if they had a fully built dry dock by this point, or an airship dock, I don't advise approaching that town on an airship. That will bring too much attention.
Fair enough.
I guess it would bring too much attention, right? We arrive, like, hey, interested buyers.
Same thing as flying through the Gladium countryside.
Yeah, that's probably another issue.
We're not. I don't think we can.
We approached this mainly by sea, and we had our papers to dock and moor right here in Avante. Leaving Avante is a risk.
Yeah, you make a good point. There's no time limit on this, other than whenever we get orders from the people. But with Alec, there's no specific time limit as long as we get it done.
And as soon as you say Alec, you see Dr. Steinwald.
You all right, Dr. Stein?
Yes. He basically goes back into the food.
Into the food?
Yeah, but he just eats his food. He's basically has his head down. He's not looking at anyone, and you basically see he's just eating the food as fast as he can.
Ethan goes up to him, like puts a hand on his shoulders, like, "You good?"
At that point,
Does he not reply?
he puts the cutlery around and he looks at you. Make a sense motive check.
Okay. I just imagine him turning around and stabbing Ethan with a fork or something, but let's see. It's gonna be +3. Alright.
He just goes full on drunk hobo.
5.
Drunk girl hobo.
I mean, he looks pretty. Just, Dr. Stein looking at you.
Huh. Wait, so you're 5. What's all the silent eating about? You're usually more hyperactive.
He goes back to his eating. Not in the mood to talk.
Not even with a friend?
He looks at you. You're not my friend.
Oh.
We're colleagues. Keep eating.
Stop teasing Dr.
Shit,
Stein.
Lawrence, I think he might be
At
more.
this point, you see Sam going like, Dr. Stein. And at that point, he stops and looks at Sam. I think that in the spirit of full disclosure, you should, in all honesty, disclose whatever knowledge you have on this individual. Alec, you seem obviously perturbed by him. And as to not jeopardize the mission in any way, shape, or form, and given that, well, we're going to be here for a while, I suggest you be a bit more forthcoming about it. I'm sure you can understand. Stein reluctantly. Fine. Fine. Any questions you have?
Is Alec a
Were you his
trustworthy person?
student?
Oh, that's a good one.
One at a time. I only have a pair of ears.
You go first. You go first, Ethan.
Were you his student at some point?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I was right about that.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. How long ago was that?
Yeah. 600 years ago, I'm betting, right?
Give or take.
Okay.
All right.
Haha. I hear I was
How come-
prepared to do a diplomacy role. Go ahead.
How come you don't seem to like him anymore? What happened?
Well, long story short, he tried to kill me.
Oh, okay.
Story, though, is a bit more complicated than that. In all honesty, I should disclose to you information about my past anyway. You see, back in those days, prior to the Liberation War, I used to work as an inquisitor for the dynasty.
Inquisitor, you?
Yes.
Damn.
Well, not me. There was this man. His name was Ferdinand Frankel. Or I should say Ferdinand von Frankel.
Ferdinand von... Did he look like me?
No, that was my
Okay.
name.
Well, the only other Ferdinand that I know looks pretty similar to me.
Anyway,
Yeah, go ahead.
I used to be an inquisitor during the times of the dynasty. However, I had a particular interest in the necromantic arts. And as such, I took it upon myself to learn more of it. And for that, I was instructed under the auspices of what today you know as the academia, which back then was also the academia. They just were not Gladrian. They basically, were an organization that in a way worked alongside the dynasty. And so I began studying necromancy. In the process of studying necromancy, I found myself being enthralled by it, very gifted at it. I became a privileged student of sorts. In that process, I realized that I was not getting any younger. Are you any familiar how you become a lich?
No, not even a little bit.
No.
So, the children's tale has it that you need a lot of babies. That is theoretically correct. However, what you truly need is a lot of ether. It's a lot of live ether. Ether from, living beings. Or undead in some cases. That is what nurtures the ritual, to lick them. However, the process into which the academia enshrines a new lich is extremely one-sided. They sometimes take centuries without admitting anyone new to their ranks. Like the youngest of the members of the academia at this point is around the 400 years of age. Me being, mortal, I saw myself coming to my life's end without being approved into it, and so I decided to take shortcuts. You see, necromancy in its study, it's as beneficial or as detrimental as any other brand of magic. It's not about the school of magic, it's about how you use it. And so I began to employ life-extending therapies, which are illegal. By artificially extending my mortal life, I thought I will buy enough time to get admitted by the academia and be ascended to lichdom. However, my superiors, being specifically that of Alec, found out. Carrying forbidden necromancy rituals within the academia's premises or within the academia's auspices is punishable by death. And so I ran away. That is when I came to be in the Astanan Republic, or what then was not the Astanan Republic. However, the Liberation War hit, and for the longest time, the entire world was in turmoil, which allowed me to hide and continue my life-extending experiments at the same time as I was trying to amass the necessary amount of ether to promote myself to lichdom. That is when I met the other half of what makes me, me. That would be an engineer. Back then, he used to work with the rebels, with the Liberation Army. A very important, very renowned man known as Amadeus Stein. He had, he was at the end of his life. However, he wanted his knowledge to be preserved. And so he asked me to basically consume his soul. Tired as I was of running, I acquiesced with one condition: that both of our existences coalesced as a new one. And so that day, Ferdinand von Franken died, as well as Amadeus Stein. And, Frankenstein was born. I then started working with the Liberation Army. And, when the academia struck a deal with the Liberation Army, I was, forgiven. I have the St. Marian family to thank for that. That's why I always say that I owe my freedom and my head to, in this case, the current leader of the St. Marian family, Lady Claudia. Amadeus had a family. And so I have taken it upon myself ever since to, well, not do the things I did, primarily because it's literally impossible. Like, I can not do those, or I cannot really cast spells anymore. The disadvantages of having two souls in one body.
You also have two souls?
Yes.
I mean, you have two souls?
He explained that both Franken and Stain, they were two.
Yeah, no. I understand that, but wouldn't the souls fuse to become one, or is it just...
Yes, it's one soul, but two halves of two different souls confirm the new one. It's complicated. Anyway, I cannot physically cast spells. It's almost, well, I can cast cantrips and minor things, but I willingly chose to shackle myself as to not be tempted. And so ever since I look after the family that Amadeus left behind. He has a great granddaughter. She works in Hishtare. Her name is Ida, I think.
Oh.
Interesting.
So that's my story. Anything else you would like to know?
Would you say Alec was a nice person when he wasn't trying to kill you?
Well, he was polite, even when he was trying to kill me.
I can only imagine what that was like.
But nice is it's a broad term. The members of the academia, all of them, are incredibly old, incredibly powerful, and they only care about one thing: themselves.
Oh.
Okay.
Wait, even above
Would you-
knowledge?
What?
Even above knowledge?
Well, amassing, gaining, and obtaining knowledge is part of their life's goal. They don't care about knowledge in general, they care about them possessing it. The reason why they formed the academia, by the by, is not because they're, charitable souls. It's because by controlling the means of production, you control production. So if you control who gets made a lich, you control who gets made a lich, if you catch my drift.
Yeah.
Right.
You don't have a potential rogue coming out of nowhere and trying to steal your thunder. In order for you to be part of academia, they have to be entirely convinced that you will abide by their coexistence rules. They're smart motherfuckers, if you ask me. Real smart.
Well, you don't get to live that many years without being actually smart.
And Alec in particular, Alec is one of the elder ones. There's three of them who are the founders. There is Aladrin, which is the oldest, and let's just call it unofficial leader of the academia.
Yeah.
There is, of course, Alec, which is not his original name. He, in a way, took it after some fashion. And then there was the third one.
He took the name Alec. So what was his name before?
I do not know. But he comes from the dynasty, from the matriarchy days.
Oh shit. Okay.
Ah.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
yeah, he did tell us.
Never mind. Yeah.
Now, my research, my whatever I could dig up of his past, do not let me to believe that he was a drow himself. Eladrin, on the other hand, that motherfucker was a drow.
Oh shit. Okay.
But Alec was not a drow. I do not know the specifics myself, but he was either born a slave or taken as a slave by the drow. That leads me to assume that he was either a human, an elf, a dwarf, or an orc. Because my studies on the matriarchy have shown a light of the fact that slaves, they were very picky when it came to slaves. All the beastkin or the beast people were hunted, and so those lived in hiding, as well as a lot of other, let's just say, less populous races. The dynasty carry out in a way with that tradition by putting them all in, well, the Ed Archipelago in a giant prison, but that's besides the point. In regards to Alec himself, it's my supposition that he's either one of those 4 races, because those were the races that the Drow took as slaves, their ex-slaves.
What about Lugard?
And so I do not know the specifics on how Alec became a lich, but it mustn't have been nice.
Let's ask him. He never told you, or was he never really open about it?
To be perfectly honest, I really never asked.
It kind of feels weird asking Alec about personal details. He's always so interested in other people, it kind of passes over your head.
Oh, he always has that. It's a bit creepy if you ask me.
and the third one of the founders, the last one.
Man, what do you want to know?
What was his name?
His name?
Yeah. Or was he known as? Whatever, either or.
Oh, known as? He's like the most, like, the one that likes to show himself the least. Well, Aladrin is also pretty, everybody knows Aladrin lives in the Isles of Farah. He has a little, well, not a little, like, he literally has an island all to himself.
Jesus.
Also,
okay.
Yeah. I've seen Aladrin myself a couple times. This other one, his name is Mirden.
Mirden. Okay.
And Mirden, blah, blah. What was I? Oh yes, Mirden Karanthir. That's his name.
Okay.
He's simply known as Karanthir, though. He never uses his first name for some reason.
Have you ever met him or seen him, or is he just like not?
I haven't seen. My time as the academia, I might have seen him a couple times.
Yeah.
But I was studying under Alex's auspices, so.
Okay.
And as far as Aladrin goes, I did see him a few times, but he was also pretty seclusive. Never took on many disciples. Had 1 or 2 at most.
Okay. Out of all of them, who is the scariest to you?
Aladrin.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, Aladrin doesn't seem like the one to fuck with. He's like a master of curses or something?
Let me make this perfectly clear. You don't want to fuck with any of them.
Right, yeah.
And I mean it. I had to hide using a global war in order to escape Alex's wrath. And the only reason I'm alive is because the Cimmerian family struck a deal on my behalf with them. Or with Alec.
Right.
Otherwise, I'd be dead. Deader than dead.
And what was the deal?
I do not know the details of the deal. And I really do not want to know.
Sense motive. I want to see if he's bullshitting.
Yeah, go for it.
Huh?
Yeah.
Go for it.
All right. 17.
Mm-hmm.
Does he seem like he's bullshitting? That's it.
You don't notice any particular that leads you to believe he is telling you a lie.
All right. Cool.
So again, I need to stress this. It doesn't matter if it's Eladrin, if it's Garanthier, if it's Alec, or if it's whatever the new one's name is, which I'm honestly not familiar with. Or, well, the other two members of Academia. Doesn't matter. If it's a member of the Academia, it's a no fuck, period. Person.
Okay. Would you say Alec is trustworthy? Or he can be trustworthy?
I mean, again, as trustworthy as you will throw a lich. Self-serving as they are.
All right.
If it serves his agenda to stab you in the back, he will.
Right.
If it serves his agenda to keep you close by, he will.
I think, as far as I could tell, it seems like his agenda is to make sure this business stops undercutting him, and it just so happened their goal is to align. So, if it serves him, it's probably good to trust him. But
also he's probably trying to get into the good graces of the Astanan Republic for whatever reason.
Oh yeah. Maybe he wants Magitech.
I doubt it.
Or probably to sell his stuff in the Republic.
Maybe.
I think it's a bit more than that.
But
the
what do you
musings
think
and machinations of the liches is, well, something that of a being that's millennia old.
Yeah,
what I do believe is that Alec is sensing that should a war strike and, well, the side he is currently on is poised to lose, then he's probably looking for an alternate route to essentially carry on as usual.
Obviously, okay, yeah. So if war broke out, he wants to have a way to enter into the Republic.
Not likely. It's just that he doesn't want probably the Republic coming into Avante, if you ask me.
Oh, okay. So they can bypass it.
He's trying to stay as clear. Yes, if you thought the liches were devoted to the Gladrian Federation, they're not.
See,
they're not.
They can, if they
exist within the Federation. They are important political parties and political agents within the Federation itself. They carry a ton of influence in it, but they are not interested in defending some national agenda over their broader objectives. That's not what they do, no.
I see.
They have survived. They outlived the matriarchy, they outlived the dynasty, and they will outlive the Federation. That is a fact of life.
Yeah. I see, so... Okay. I see.
That is so interesting. So they would be willing to abandon all of Gladria if war did break out.
I don't think he will abandon Gladria. He would just create a plan B. He cannot be seen publicly abandoning Galadria, or even rumors of him abandoning Galadria will be beyond despicable. He will find all the reputation he has built, him, and by him I mean all of the members of Academia, collapsing in a single day. If you're willing to turn table and change flags that quickly, then nobody would trust you.
Oh, okay. It's more like, it's like
he is trying to
fail-safe.
secure an alternative to essentially being able to carry on their activities without disturbance.
Okay. That is extremely interesting. I'm surprised you would even think that.
What do you mean I would think that?
Not to you, like that Alec would even maybe even consider it. that
Consider what?
the Aston Republic would like beat Gladriel, or it would cause that much of an uproar. And I guess the tensions have been pretty high, but
Again, faced against the might of the Astan Republic's army, the Gladian Federation could win or could lose. It's a 50-50 shot. He's just trying to play his hand in a way that it doesn't matter where the die fall. His future, or their future, is secure.
Okay, I see. All right.
Is his way of
Anyway, any more questions?
well, not for me.
Good. Now that we're done with my pass, I would like to finish my meal. Thank you very much. And he continues to eat.
Okay. Huh. That's very interesting. Well, I don't know. What about the rest of you guys? What do you think? Any interesting ideas for the mission, or?
What about I think someone did brought it up in the past, but invisibility just to sneak around someone.
Yeah, that could work.
That's also another plan.
Somebody just sneaks around, maybe when we're like what Thury suggested, when we're getting a tour of this facility. If we do get a tour of the facility, one of us or two of us could go around looking for information. That could work.
I think it'd be preferable if that person didn't show up to the tour, quote unquote, since the start. So
it probably would
as
be.
far
I don't
as
know how
they
else you
know.
would get inside, right?
No. That's not what I mean. I mean, they need to know the number of bodyguards that were there, right? So if we appear there with like 4 bodyguards or 5 bodyguards, and then all of a sudden 2 of them are gone, they'd suspect something. So we should have the other 2 that are sneaking, or the one that's sneaking, be hidden from the first place.
We can go.
I don't know if they would really suspect anything, right? Would they?
I mean, what, unless you're gonna give them an excuse like, oh, they just went to take a piss or some shit.
So basically, we just say we have 5 guards, and then Lawrence.
Oh, are you talking about? You're talking about
4 guards.
Are you talking about the one we're getting the tour?
Yeah, when we're getting the tour, yes.
So like basically we have 4 instead of 5 guards, right? We have 4 guards, and then Lawrence just goes invisible, and then like Orion's just there.
No, you make a good point, Ethan.
Yeah, take into account if somebody's doing any illicit business, they wouldn't want anybody wandering off.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd say if anybody's gonna sneak around, it would be me.
You?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
All right.
Well. Yeah. So maybe here, when we go to enter whatever facility, right? We go that day, and maybe Ethan follows us in, stealthily, invisible, whatever. Or maybe they have a way to check for invisibility too. That might be a little weird, but
maybe find a way to teleport in if that's a possibility, and that's it, I guess.
Yeah, maybe that could work. Maybe.
I mean, if they've got windows anywhere, so long as I can see through them.
Yeah, you can get in.
Yeah.
Whatever works.
Wait, did we ask Alec how we connect to arrange like a meeting with the cosmetics company?
I forgot to ask him, but we're here for a couple more days. We can always head back and ask.
We can, or maybe the contact in shit, I forgot what's the city. We can ask if we can arrange like a meeting to, see the.
Here in Avante, yeah, maybe. If they're even here. Yeah.
In Permiton,
we definitely need to meet them first. Well, I guess first order of business when we get there, when we do get to Pernington, should it be that we try and arrange a meeting for the factory first, or should we investigate the mayor first?
We can get like the factory first, and then we can go to the, because we're gonna arrive there and then just gonna, or here's like,
and I mean, to get a tour we might also have to talk to the mayor or maybe a representative or something. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so then we can once in the meeting, we can go, or one of you can go to the mayor city, to the mayor, quarters, and check it out there. While the
Oh
mayor
yeah,
is-
the admin building. Yeah, maybe.
So we can do that too. So it's an option.
Yeah, maybe the first day we get there, we do a little scouting around. Like Thury even suggested, we take a temperature of the local, of what they think of the mayor and the companies and stuff like that.
I mean, we can instead of like we go. I don't know. Let's go like 2 days ago. I mean, 2 days tomorrow, or like 2 days in the future. We go there one day before the meeting. We go scout out whatever perspective as Orion. I go there. I just talk with the locals or whatever to see, how the people know, or how the people know the company, the major.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. So maybe first day we get there, we get lodging, do some scouting, information gathering, see what's around. If we can find a factory to begin
I could
with,
very easily disguise myself into a factory worker there.
yeah, that could work. Yeah, see what one looks like. You could do that. And if we can find the factory to begin with, it'd be really, really good. That way we can figure out the easiest way for Ethan to get inside while we're getting a tour and stuff.
I mean, Ethan, if you want to do it alone, oh, fine. I can also go in. I have my hat of disguise and also belt at my disposal.
Oh yeah, that could work too.
That would be pretty nice. However, there is one downside to bringing 2 people
More chance
rather
of
than
failure.
just one. No. It's not the chances of failure. It's if something does happen. The main group would be 1 person down. Because the entire objective of the 2 people that are sneaking around is if they're caught, they run away. Whilst the main group is a lot slower. So then they have to most likely fight.
We'll be fine. To be honest, if it's you and Lawrence, the main fighting group is, if we do get into a fight for whatever reason, which even if you did get caught, I don't think we would get into a fight. We'd be fine. Because we have Uthark, we have Damien, Devon. I think we're pretty set for the fight if there is a fight.
Have you forgotten? I soloed 3 trolls.
2.
They were Cyclopses, not trolls.
Or Cyclopses.
Yeah, they're pretty scary.
Also, if we need to run away, we can keep. I mean, how long is it gonna take if take off from here to all the way to Pennington?
I think Alex said a few days. I don't remember. That's the other thing. If we do have to get out of Pennington fast, we only have foot. We don't really have any other way.
I mean, Phantom Chariot all the way.
Oh yeah, that's true. We could do that. That could work. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Phantom Chariot.
We can get out of the city, and stay in the forest or whatever, and survive for a couple of days.
Wait. Fuck
Have
my
you,
life. Sorry, I was going for
Lawrence, have you ever used that spell?
Yeah, back when we were testing the gun for the ship. The weapons.
Oh, okay, yeah. I honestly don't recall if you ever used it.
Yeah, I could see that working. Okay, so we have that figured out. And I know it's against better judgment, but I still think I'm okay with going to Dan Heights first, and then heading over to Pernington.
I thought we couldn't go to Dan Heights because it was.
Well, nothing's stopping us from going to Dan
really-
Heights. It's just suggested that we don't go because it's not part of our purview or our mission. It's a personal thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's not really a suggestion. It's that Sam, Kellogg said your orders are to come here and find out the collagen ingredients.
Might as
So
well.
it's not really a choice.
What if we complete the mission and then we go to Dan Heights?
Once you complete the mission, if there is nothing of urgency, we could, of course, resolve the whatever issue or personal issue you may have in Dan Heights, but the
Fair
mission
enough.
always comes first.
Yep. Oh, no problem there.
I think there's an argument.
Lawrence.
We know Lawrence's dad is there. He could be a good informant. He could provide us with information over the mission, maybe. You know, it's a guess. It's a long stretch of a guess, but I think there's an argument there.
It's a bit of a long stretch. He was a
There
peddler.
there is no reason to believe of any. There is
As far as we know,
relevance in Land Heights.
I mean, as far as we can prove, his father is a peddler who goes around selling stuff, I guess. We can't.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be a reliable informant. Sure, he might be hiding something, but we don't know. We can't base stuff off of what we don't know. But,
Yeah, but I'll be honest, guys. I barely can trust my memory on him at this point.
All right.
I'd say less reason for us to go there. But we can go there the moment that we're done, so long as we're not in any urgent, reason to leave.
Let's not fuck up this mission then.
Yeah, we just gotta not fuck up, and then we can go after.
Jesus Christ.
So we
As long as we
don't know
get something
if he works
then we're-
or he's reliable or he's not with academia. So we don't know.
so long as we avoid killing at any cost.
Yep.
Mm.
It wouldn't be too hard.
I look at my weapon and do I just use my fists?
No, run. Use your
Yeah,
legs.
just run. try
Well,
not to kill
if we have to
anybody.
fight, I mean, like if running is not an option, if we actually have to fight.
If you're like backed in the corner, you can't get away at all, no matter what. Yeah, I guess you just fight to the death, whatever.
Don't kill the mayor then.
Well, think about it
Don't
this
kill-
way, actually. If you do get backed into the corner like that and you fight to the death, you might trigger a war. Don't do that. Never mind. Maybe just kill yourself. I don't know.
Actually, if I get backed off to the wall, yeah, I'd be fucked.
And if anything, I have dimensional door, guys. So just
Oh, you have the mention door? Oh my goodness.
yeah.
Holy shit. Okay.
Who's more likely to get caught, the main group or the guys who are invisible?
The main group.
Main
But
group.
We're taking
I'd
the
say
tour, so
honestly,
we're-
I really suggest Lawrence stays with us in case we're
No,
caught. we do
no.
have dimensional door.
Lawrence is fine. Lawrence is fine to go.
If we're what if we're caught then? We just
What do
run
you mean? Why would we get caught?
the main group.
Why would the main
If
group
you
get caught
guys-
for taking a
if you
tour?
guys- Okay, here's the thing. If you guys got, trigger something, we're probably gonna get into like a safe house, not a safe house, like a safe place within the factory. Because they don't suspect, or at least we don't.
As long as you guys don't pull anything suspicious, then you
Yeah.
guys should be fine, I'm guessing.
I don't remember off the top of my head, but the transponders we have, they work without the ship in range, right? Like we can still talk to each other if we're within range each other, but we can't. Is that how they work, or do we need the ship in range to be able to communicate with each other?
No, when we're with each other, we can do it without the ship.
Okay, gotcha.
But I forgot what the range was. I think it was like 1 kilometer or something.
Yeah, it was something like that.
It was large quotation marks. No,
Let me double
Yeah.
check. I should have it written down.
All right then. Well, we have a
A little far up. I'm taking so many notes. Fuck.
we have something resembling a plan, right?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, I mean, first day we're gonna, get some,
We'll
gather
scout
some
out the place,
information,
then-
get some lodging, We get some nice lodging. We should get the nicest place there.
Yeah, we've got Barnabas Orion with us, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe we should. I don't know. It
I'm
might be a
gonna
little.
get the nicest lodge, and I'm gonna put you in the
Wait.
farm.
It would be a lot more suspicious if Barnabas Orion was staying at a tavern somewhere nearby.
That's
I
true.
think-
Yeah.
We should at least find some place nice, but at least let's not get more attention to ourselves than we have to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get 2 rooms, one for myself. And
Hey,
one
it's a
for-
business expense. It's a business expense.
Exactly.
It's tax deductible.
Yeah, you're gonna put myself in one room, and you guys in. All of you will be in another.
Oh, no, I said, who do we make the bill out to? Put it on Afro.
You,
Jesus.
Damn.
I mean, it's so we find some lodging, do some information gathering, see what we can figure out. Probably go to, taverns, bars, marketplaces. Maybe there's some other cosmetic places down there that we can find and figure out where they get their cosmetics from,
we can grab some supplies. Since we are
Yeah.
we are going as a
Well, actually, now that I think about it, obviously a bar or a tavern would be a good place to see what locals think. Maybe I mean, it's a place where they have a cosmetic factory. Surely there's some cosmetic stores down there we could go to and see about the supplies they have there.
We can go to the factory to look out,
Well, I'm talking about when we're information gathering, not when we're trying to sneak around the factory or whatever the fuck else we're going to do the next few days we're there. But anyways, I'm sorry. Anyways, maybe some cosmetic supply shops. I don't know, marketplace. See what people think of the mayor. Maybe the mayor's taking care of the town or something. Maybe people really like him.
Yeah, they could say, yeah, the mayor is good or whatever. Mayor is taking care.
Yeah.
It seems we're gonna be outsiders. I don't know the reception, but yeah, we could try. I mean, it's a growing city, so.
I can think of plenty ways to ask around for. Okay, yeah, sure, we'll do that.
Yeah, keep your mind open. Think of something. Information's got to be lying around somewhere.
All right, then. So when do we head off?
Here's the real thing. Well, we're going to the zoo tomorrow for sure, but
okay.
I want to see the fucking Tarrasque. I want to see what one of those things look like. That's awesome.
So we're gonna go sightseeing tomorrow?
Yeah, we're gonna go to the zoo tomorrow, are we not? I mean, might as well,
sure.
right?
Yeah.
We're here.
Sure.
Yeah, might as well before we go. It'd be kind of cool. Either way. Okay, first day information gatherings. We still have to meet up with Alex informant, and that's kind of the big decider of what we do next. Because maybe it's just better if we just, figure out where the mayor lives, or just go to his office and find documents there instead of ever interacting with the actual factory itself.
I mean, we need to get, remember what Alex said. We need to have some proof that they were using illegal.
Well, yeah. Obviously, I'm just saying, like, maybe it'll just end up being better for us to follow the mayor around and see what's up with that, instead of, directly going towards the business first. But, I mean, that's kind of deciding on what information we get from Alex informant, I guess.
I mean, depending on what he says, we could go, or keep both, actually. We can keep both, like the major house and...
Yeah. All right. Now... for a if shit hits the fan plan, right? We probably should have something like that. If shit hits the fan, a place where we regroup and, we go and, regroup hopefully, or, reestablish ourselves and figure out what the fuck to do next. Or if shit does hit the fan, maybe one of us, gets found out or captured while we're, doing something, or maybe somebody gets murdered when they shouldn't have been getting murdered because, it's just a tough situation.
Look at the body.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, if I get backed off to the corner and I can't run or anything, I will fight back.
Well, just don't get backed into a corner would be the best idea, but...
Yeah.
Don't run to the corner. I mean, I don't know, break the wall behind you, break the corner.
Yeah,
this is just if shit hits the fan ever during our operation. If something does happen, we have something we can fall back on in case something happens, and maybe we can't get in contact with each other. Maybe one of us gets captured, or maybe somebody gets killed, and then we have to figure out what to do with that, right?
If we do kill someone, though, how are we gonna hide the body?
Put it in one of our bags of holding.
Bag of holding.
Clean up the blood.
Dissertation to clean up everything.
Yeah.
We've done this before. It's not the first rodeo.
We didn't put the body in the bag of holding the first time. We just kept on cleaning up the blood after we wrapped it up.
We are professional hitmen.
It was an accident, but...
No, we're gonna become a freaking hitman. Okay. Okay.
What happened inside hard time stays inside hard time, guys.
Yeah. Okay. So if
That's
we
true.
get, if we need to run away, I say that we'd run to the forest and hide there for I don't know, a couple of days until the ship comes.
We can't really call him the ship. It'll be out of range, right?
I'd say go to the forest, then we regroup, and as soon as that happens, Phantom share it out of there?
Yeah, that's probably the best idea. But I guess the real question is, do we regroup? What side of the city would we regroup on? And if it's the outward side of the city, we regroup on,
I mean, they're probably going to assume that we're going to go back to the docks. and therefore whoever's managing the ship at the time has to, get the ship out
Are
of
we
there.
getting there by ship?
We're not getting there by ship.
We are going by transport, by public.
Oh,
You
okay.
make a good point. It might be better to go by ship.
Yeah. I mean, the ship should probably head somewhere nearby and, just go into the ethereal plane. Just hide there.
Oh wait, no. We can't take the Peregrine Falcon. We can't take that. But by
Really?
water ship, yeah, they don't have a.
Oh.
They don't,
No. They don't have that. No.
they have a
Pretty sure
harbor,
it's
but
like-
they don't have like a airship, port.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Harbor would probably be the best option there. Then.
Yeah, we come by harbor, and then I say we go west side, right? We leave by the west side of the city, and then regroup somewhere out there.
Let's take out the map. Let's take out the map and see what is the best option to run away.
All right.
I think Damien has the map, so Damien's gonna put the map on the table and I'll look at it.
Okay, you're looking at the map.
All of us. Okay, so
Yeah.
where we what
Does
part is
the city has like main roads, or the town has like main roads, and does it have like walls or like entrances, or is it kind of just sprawled out? It doesn't really have walls or anything like that.
It's a town. No, it's not fortified.
Okay. Well, which direction do the main roads come from? Do they come from like all
From all
cardinal directions?
directions.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Is there any spot in the map where you want to regroup?
We may hide, in public places. We might blend with. We can change our clothes in like meat shades.
I can't change my clothes very fast.
I don't think I have a way to hide my stuff.
Yeah, I can go invisible, but I can't really.
I guess
I can strip.
behind it and make new ones.
Yeah, that could work too.
I am not dropping this. This is a no blade, man.
I mean,
I
the
guess-
blade is like retractable, isn't it?
Worst case scenario, we can still contact each other. We can designate a meeting spot if shit does hit the fan. This is only if shit hits the fan, by the way, which hopefully it doesn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we'll contact each other over air to see what happened. We'll designate a meeting spot and a time to meet there. Be like, oh,
I mean,
meet
not to
here.
mention, wouldn't it be expected that, Barnabas Orion's bodyguards would be armed,
That's true.
right?
We would- yeah.
Oh yeah.
They may ask you to leave the weapons or to, stay away.
Well, try to negotiate then. See if that works.
You think you can
So
negotiate our
fair.
weapons in just in
Well, this is not just talking about like the fact. If the factory tells us to leave our weapons, it's not like us getting a tour are going to be doing anything sussy. We're just are suspicious. We're not. We're getting a tour. We're just going to gather whatever information us on the tour can, while you guys sneak around and see if you can find something.
All right then.
It's mainly the worry is for you guys. If you guys get caught, we're not necessarily fucked. You guys are probably fucked.
I'm confident in my slipperiness and
Yeah.
I think I can escape fairly quickly, fairly easily.
Yeah, I remember that. You're sneaking out.
Well, there's also one more thing. I don't know if they have it or not, but if they have a way to see invisibility, that would be a problem.
It would be,
Yeah,
but
there's no way for me to.
both of them
hide my
have
magic
kind of
aura.
pseudo ways to disguise themselves, so it wouldn't be like.
There is a way. I mean, I could just hide without having to go invisible. That is an option, but it's only in like dimly lit areas, though. So like a warehouse or something.
So,
I
so
could
we're
definitely do
sneaking-
that there.
We could also just sneak at nighttime then. I don't know.
I mean that could be an option too. Like I said, we're gonna do
That's
some
okay.
information gathering the first day, and if we see, the factory and, maybe that isn't the worst idea. Is to wait after we get the tour to get a general layout of the place. Maybe that's a better idea.
Yeah, that's, that's best because if we, we go in as a as a tour, then if you guys get trapped in what we were.
Let's not worry about the trapping, but maybe we get the tour first, get the general layout of the factory, and then later on we go into we send those two in to see if they can figure anything else out.
And hopefully completely avoid the odds of war.
Yeah, hopefully. Don't kill anyone, okay? Anyways, so yeah, we get the tour first. Next would probably be, if we don't find anything else at the factory or find anything out at the factory, the next best bet is, the mayor, where he lives, and the admin building are the next two best bets. We don't really have a lot of information for those yet, but I figure getting a general layout of the admin building won't be too difficult. And if the information we get from Alex informant, figuring out where the mayor lives shouldn't be too difficult either, but we'll see. Anyways, that's what I got.
Alright, so it sounds like we have a plan.
Yeah, we have a general plan. Get the tour first. Get a general layout of the plan. Maybe you guys should probably come with us on the tour, but it does kind of compromise you if you do get caught sneaking around, right?
I guess those that are not going to, in the tour.
Well, they should be with us on the tour. We can't just tell them, here's the general layout, or, write down a map for them. It'd be kind of better if they were there. So maybe we could just write a general map for them.
I mean, if they allow for 2 days of tour, maybe first day and then second day, then sure.
No,
unless you mean that, okay, you guys,
what
we
I'm
all
saying
go
is,
for the tour during the day, and then at night time,
is if
one of us.
You guys go,
okay.
You guys come with the tour with us. It's up to you. We can always, you guys can stay back, and that way, if you do get caught, it doesn't connect you to us, and we can meet up somewhere else.
Yeah, that's the thing that I was thinking. Yeah, they can stay behind. We can tell them detailedly how the.
Yeah, we can draw a map for them or something.
Yeah. Because if they come with us, they're gonna, when they go inside, they're gonna know that, these people come with us, so they're gonna connect.
Yeah, that's probably the best idea then. We'll get them a map or a general map that we can, points of interest, I guess, right?
If we can, take out any map or internal maps or, or a layout on the inside, that's the best option.
Yep, that's the best option. You guys stay back, you and Lawrence. Lawrence, how are you feeling? How sneaky do you feel, Lawrence?
With what I know now on my casting, I'm quite confident I'll be able to cast spells without even making a sound.
Okay. And you got disguise self too, I guess, right?
Yeah, the hat of disguise self.
Oh, the hat of disguise, okay. And you can cast invisibility.
Yeah.
But you don't. Wait, the hat of disguise cannot change faces, right?
I can lend you my cloak of elven kind if you want it for the mission. It gives you a +5 bonus on stealth checks.
What is this +5 and bonus in stealth checks that you speak of, Arca?
Oh, it just says it right there on the tag. When you go to wash it and you're trying to figure out how to wash it, it says right there +5 competence bonus to stealth checks. Yeah, but anyway, I can lend it to you, Lawrence. It makes you stealthier,
When the time comes, definitely. That would be
okay, yeah, sure. No problem then. All right, yeah. So first day, get some lodging, information gather, figure out where everything is. Second day,
I guess you will have my cloak of resistance in the meantime.
Okay, that works. Yeah, do a little trade. All right. Yep, do some information gathering first day, get some lodging, see what's up with the town, how it is, the general vibe of the area. And then second day, I think we should probably just do the tour the second day, regardless of whatever information we get from Alex Informant, unless it's some crazy information. But I think, tour second day is probably best bet right now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And then that night, we'll, get you guys your information and you'll go in and do your little mission.
Okay.
Yeah. How's everybody feel about that? We feeling good?
Yeah, I guess that's a plan.
All right. Cool. That works for me too. Okay.
So,
all right,
the million question dollar. When are we going?
Today. We gotta go to the zoo tomorrow.
Okay, so 2 days.
Yeah, 2 days, something like that. That's what we said it to begin with.
Oh. That was...
We do have to figure out how we're going to get there. That's the other thing. You have to find transportation of some sort. I think by boat would be best if we go there to the harbor, but if we can't, we just go there by foot. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, just phantom share away there.
Yeah, that could. Oh yeah, I mean, shit. Do you just want to do that? That could be fun.
We can get transport over there, so yeah.
I like the idea of phantom charity our way there, but
No.
Although it might. Actually, I'm not sure if going with Alex transportation would look more suspicious or less suspicious.
I don't think we'd go with Alec's transportation. We'd have to find our own because Alec can't be, linked to this at all.
Yeah, in that case, I'm sure it's the way.
Yeah.
I mean, we can find transport, any transport over there, like here in the city.
Yeah, I think. I mean, Phantom Chariot's free too, so.
Yeah, but
it's can't get any better than free.
It's gonna be less suspicious if we go in, not official, but like.
I don't know. I don't think it would be very suspicious. You have this guy who's he's like a businessman, and he's arriving on a magical chariot. I mean, that seems pretty like. It probably draws attention to some degree, but I don't think it'd be ridiculous or out of the ordinary.
We should go in regular transport.
No, I think that
No. We're going
does
there.
anybody else have any other?
You're Sir Orion. You're not Devon.
I say we should ask Sam what she thinks on this. What are you input on this, Sam?
I think the plan is solid. We're planning for multiple contingencies. It's all reliant on the intel you gather in sight. After all, you're going in almost blind. But as much as you could have covered with all the unknowns, I'm guessing it's pretty decent. The approach itself to Pernington, don't know the detail, don't know the effectiveness of approaching it directly myself. I don't know how our host would feel about that.
Or are you suggesting we should get there, without?
I mean, we can always ask Alec what is going to be like the best, less suspicious,
Oh, wait, you're saying maybe we should go there a little more like stealthy, if we do stay there, find lodging that isn't like grandiose or like something that's
No. I find the use of the cover you already have good.
Okay.
It's just, I don't know how easily you want to be connected back to Avante. In case things go south.
Oh, you make a good point. So maybe we shouldn't order any passage from Avante. We should just go with what we have.
That might be a solution.
Okay, here's an idea. We go by Phantom Chariot, because you bring up a good point. We go by Phantom Chariot and we approach from the north. We just, take a little detour once we get close to maybe, like 3/4 of the way there to Pernington. We start heading north and we approach from the north. That's the way it looks like. We're not coming straight from Avante, or at least from the west, right?
As far as I know, if we were to travel by land, the road that basically leads out of Avante eastward, later down the line, joins with the road coming from the north.
Oh, so it just heads? Oh, okay.
So it's everyone.
Northport.
So
the road that leads from Northport, that leads from Dan Heights via Northport south all the way to Pernington, joins with the road that goes to the east. Or rather, that comes from west to east. So if we were to travel out of Avante, we would basically be heading north and then northeast until we join the road that basically is coming from Northport southward. And once we find that road, and we take that road south to Pernington, southeast exactly.
Oh, okay. Huh. I mean, maybe there's an argument to go to Dan Heights now. Or no, well, no, if the road is connected, never mind. We can't just go straight to Dan Heights and then, no. I'm sorry, I'll drop it.
She basically pulls on a time map and goes like, so, if we're traveling by land and without using any means of transportation, we would essentially leave out of Avante, travel north, then we will go northeast. And once the road leading down from Southport through Dan Heights basically splits into two. One will be heading eastward to Mistios. The other one will be heading south to Permington.
Oh, okay.
So we can say that we got from Mistress or from Tan Heights. We come from.
So basically, if we were to approach it from here, then they would have more trouble discerning where we come from. Unless you specifically say, you come from Avante.
Right. Okay.
So we can either say it was from Northport or Northport, Tan Heights, or Mistios.
I'd say more Northport or Mistios.
Yeah.
But because honestly, Dan Heights seems like an irrelevant place.
Yeah, especially for such company as ourselves, you are entering company.
Especially for, Sir Barnabas Orion himself.
All right. We
Sir Barnabas comes from the Serin hierarchy, so
yeah, it doesn't.
there is there's another point of taking a boat out to the sea, navigating southeast and then north into Permington.
We can rent out.
Yeah.
We can rent out.
So we can say that we come either from East Watch or somewhere around where Amen says, or even as far south as Monrast.
Yeah, we can say we come. Yeah, we come from the sea. I think it's easier to see us out of the sea.
But we don't have any seafaring vehicles.
Yeah, we'd have to order. We'd have to go purchase a vessel, or get.
And the second we purchase a vessel, that can be tracked back to Avante.
Yeah. I think our better option here is going by land and then sticking with either Mistios or Northport as the place we came from.
That we visited. We can do that. We can.
Yeah. We have to get the.
I'm not familiar, however, if there's a road that leads directly from Mistios to Permington, though. So I'd say Northport would be our best bet.
Okay, that makes sense.
Probably better.
Do you know anything about Northport? We'll probably have to get some information about Northport just to make our.
We can.
As far as I know, Northport is an industrial city to the north.
We can ask.
Alec?
Yeah, Alec. We can ask Alec about that.
I do not think disturbing our host, as important as he is, for such trivial matters as to ask him about a city, is the most polite of things.
Yeah.
Well, if it's an industrial city, we could just say, we were there just to, see what business could be made there, if any at all.
If suspicions aren't aroused, I don't think we're going to have to explain what Northport is.
Right. But you just be like, we came from Northport and we're here now because we heard there was a cosmetic business or something like that.
We can go.
Anyway, just to get the story straight between all of us, we did come from Northport. We'll go by Phantom Chariot, and okay.
We can go back to the library and look at information on Northport.
Yeah, I guess we could do that. We're gonna be here for another day or two, so.
So we're just gonna say that we came from Northport.
Yeah, we're just gonna say we came from Northport. We get like a travel guide for Northport or something,
Right.
That could work. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Sam. Thank you for the input. That works. Well.
All right. So, anything else?
I guess. Not now. No.
Nope.
I'm gonna lose my fucking mind if I have to leave mid-session one more goddamn time.
Jesus Christ.
All right. So, we're going to take a short 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Yep.
And after that, we will resume the campaign.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright.
That was...
We out here taking a 10-minute break, yet I've been taking a break the whole fucking session. What the hell is this?
Okay.
Don't worry. It doesn't make a difference. It's fine.
We were role-playing. That's what
Bro,
we were
I
doing.
better not get... Bro, I gotta go around asking the class for notes of last class, bro. Cause holy shit, I was out.
Oh, Jesus. The class. Class is in session. Wait, we are in breaking. Class, we're in break.
All I got is Rad and Judas fucking posting Naruto memes and a bunch of other shit, bunch of Genshin memes and trash. Fucking skill issues to pick up off of, and I have no clue what's going on.
Okay, so the plan is we.
Oh, you were gone since the skill issues? Shit, dude. God damn, you've been out for a while.
Yeah,
You missed the
I've been
entire
gone-
session.
Basically, yeah. Fuck my life. Hold on, wait. Let me see. Hold on. We fucking.
Don't worry, the plan doesn't involve you in any way, so it's
Yeah,
cool.
basically, I've been constantly I left since Checo said I will be back to feed my dog.
Oh,
I left then, and I
what
popped
the
back
fuck? That
in
was
like
an
around when
hour
you
ago.
posted. Yeah, and then I popped back in when you sent the skill issues, and then I was there for all of 30 seconds before I had to dip again.
Damn.
More than an
And then you
hour
came
ago.
back just now.
Yeah, some more color.
I have been a fucking gone.
Damn.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I think when I popped back in, I was in the middle of someone's backstory explanation.
Oh, yeah, that was, Franken?
Yeah, Frank and
Okay, so Jesus, that was a long time.
bro, I was gone. Fuck my life.
So we're going back to the library to look out for Northport information to see whatever sightseeing, whatever. And then we're gonna come back to the fuck is called? I forget the name of now again. Fucking Birmingham. Jesus, that was like another freaking roleplay that I didn't expect.
Bro, I missed 2 hours.
Whoa. Wait, who it was what? Me, Dino, and Future, Future. We were doing that.
Last thing I said was fucking BRB, bro. Bro, that shit wasn't be right back, bro. That was just be gone.
Pick up for an hour.
That
You're right back, but you're a black father.
What? Hey, I'm still streaming this.
Oh yeah, shit. Oh, I forgot about that. That's cool. Don't worry, it's not me who's getting into trouble.
it's just Judas being racist live on Twitch. It's nothing new. It's
Bro,
nothing
I've
new.
been racist on your streams before.
You have all the ism. There you go. Racism, classism, freaking what is the other isms?
If it exists, Judas is ism against it.
Yeah, literally when he was born, he was like in the character creation.
Ableist?
Man came out the womb saying the N-word.
Yeah, exactly. Literally when character creation, there you go. You just decided to what kind of prejudice I have? Select all.
Man min-maxed into racism.
Yeah. Jesus, okay.
Man culturally educated himself just so he can be as racist as possible.
Yeah, racist, classism, freaking what is the other ones? I don't think he's homophobic. At least not yet.
Listen, if it exists, he is racist against it. If it doesn't exist, he will make it exist, and he will be racist.
Yeah, exactly that.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
What's that? You're a brand new species that just spawned 2 seconds ago? God damn, bro, you fucking suck.
Yeah.
Exactly. Shit, dude. Whoa, dude. Did this animal just evolve into something else? Bro, shit, dude. Like,
Bro,
it's
skill issue. Why didn't you just stay with the rest of your kind, bro? They were doing just fine.
Exactly.
Jesus.
Echo, guess what?
What?
Mexico won.
Oh, what the fuck? Really?
Huh? What?
Well,
So Puerto Rico just say like a skill issue.
Wait, what is this about?
They show-
baseball.
Oh.
The World
People
Cup.
play that?
Yes.
yeah. Currently the classic.
Damn. Dude, Americans, man. Couldn't be me.
at the moment, at least most people in my freaking household, they're going in favor of everyone but the US.
Jeez.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, I like. Wait, so what happened now? Like here, like Puerto Rico against Mexico. What did they say?
Well, hopefully Venezuela beats the US. Or let's see what happens on Mexico versus Japan. Let's see what happens there.
Then you think Japan has a chance? I don't know. I don't even know baseball. But do you think
Japan currently is the favorite team.
Really?
Yo.
You know.
No way. Lies, bullshit.
You know, Mexico has a lot of freaking good players. So.
Yeah, I'm more willing to believe that Mexico has better players than Japan, and that's saying something.
Gee, that's saying something. Jesus.
Somebody.
Hold on. Judas out here believing in a completely different race? That's fucking crazy, bro.
No. I should talk to Mexico too. Didn't you hear that at the end?
No, but you put faith in a race not your own, brother. You're in a different.
We are
Judas
Latins
is
too,
different.
so.
No.
Judas went over to the registration form. Nah, bro. I ain't Homo sapien. I'm Judas.
My man grew up a little bit when he got into college, man. He grew up a little.
Bro went to the registration.
Character development.
Nah, this is literally. I can't be too racist when I race around.
You know, we
How'd
are
you
Latins
date
too.
I'm sorry, it's just. Let's see.
Race Judas. Class racist.
And then whoever wins against between the US and Venezuela goes against Cuba.
Jeez.
And I'm going for Cuba.
Yeah, no, Cuba. I do remember Cuba has a lot of good player, good, baseball players. Yeah, we're here talking about baseball while I don't watch even baseball. So yes.
Exactly. Imagine. It's disgusting.
Dude, this just has a skill issue. Can't hit a ball.
No. One of my uncles, even my dad, they watch every single sports. One time I saw one of my uncles like watching baseball. I was like, did you watch baseball?
Judas had fucking character creation and name a Judas. Class is race is.
I'm back.
Bro, I've been gone for the whole fucking session.
Oh boy,
Hey,
want me to send you my notes?
Actually, Future, can you send me your notes? I'm curious on what you write.
Okay.
Shit, Red. Let me send you my notes too, Red.
He has okay with Future's notes. He has the generic information of what happened.
Do you want to know? Atris, do you want my notes for this?
Yeah.
Are you curious?
Here,
what I write?
Atris, I'll send you mine too. Give me one sec.
Okay, cool.
Okay, yeah, Judas, send me your notes too, and I'll send you mine. I want to see what everyone's notes are like.
Here, I'm sending you mine, Red.
Okay, I'm sending
Okay,
mine
wait,
to Rad. Here you go.
Here's.
Oh, it's like that
wait.
one time.
No,
kid asked
I can't send it. My message is too long.
Bro, what the fuck?
I can't. I wrote too much words.
What do you mean? You wrote more than
I just sent-
2,500 characters?
I just
Yes.
sent like today's sessions.
Yeah, I had 2910 apparently.
Damn.
Fuck.
Yeah, I wrote 29. Wait, let me save this on a Word document and then.
Here you go,
Again.
Red.
Damn right.
Bro, I feel like
You
that
getting
one
them?
kid who came back who
Wait.
like showed up at
Oops.
school when he was sick and asked for homework, and everyone's sending each other and themselves with homework. Just everyone's passing homework.
Also, let me fix some freaking mistakes on some names and crap, because I noticed I made a lot of freaking mistakes. Because I just type and then it's just like, then after sessions when I fix it.
Get the notes, Red.
Yeah.
Alright, sick. Yes.
Yeah, you don't have notes. Oh god, my notes are a whole page.
Yoda just remembers everything, then misremembers something, but since he apparently has perfect memory, he remembered it.
No, it's not perfect. His memory's not perfect. It's just good.
Yeah.
It's not perfect.
Yep.
He
Hey, it'd
can't
be
remember
perfect if
everything
I was-
perfectly.
It would be perfect if I was allowed to run through things with nice chronological order without having to skip over stuff.
I thought you would say everything would be perfect if I was allowed to be racist.
Hey Judas, what happened on session 34 of this?
Which
campaign?
one was session 34? I don't remember them using numbers.
Oh come on.
34. Wow. Okay. Okay. Session 34 was interesting. I'll give you a hint. Judas Underdark.
Dude, I can't fucking
Well,
remember a
this
damn
time, like,
thing from like
what
anywhere
sessions in the
before,
other?
dude. All I remember was the session where Uthark showed up. All I remember, Uthark showed up.
Let's see here.
Uthark showed up. We went to a fucking goddamn volcano place. I was gone for the whole session, bro. I do get everyone else's notes, so I'll just compile that.
Yeah, what?
Alright.
You gotta read better notes, man. Even if it's just general stuff like location names, people names.
Future, those are
Just
for my
remember.
notes. And wait, Atris, do you write notes at all?
Well, yes, I would write notes, but I was gone the entirety of the session.
So you normally
Okay.
do. It's just this occasion.
No,
That's
those times I was there, just wasn't writing anything. And this time I was trying to write. I wrote down like 3 words and had to disappear for the entirety.
Well, I have apparently
Oh,
I have a
that
whole
means-
I have 2 pages apparently.
No, actually, I wrote 4 words. The year is 320.
You wrote, that's it?
Damn. Huh.
Yeah,
We
after
go
that,
to
I
the
had
library, the
disappear.
archives, very large place presence. We look awkward as we go up the stairs. We enter. We get maps of Durnington. It's Pernington.
It's Burnington. Yeah, I fixed it.
And Dan Heights.
All right.
Outdated butt maps. What?
All right.
Outdated butt maps?
Rad, I'm extremely freaking general, and it's just like freaking surface thoughts. And it's mostly for me to map out and freaking remember what happened on the session.
Okay, yeah, your notes are they're just like very quick.
Yep.
Mine is like I kind of just straight up write them
Yeah, you're freaking.
as more of like a story format.
Yep. You put detail
Let's
into
go.
it.
Let's go.
Okay, are we all back?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Let's check over here.
Okay. So after that, and since you didn't do anything else for that day, you all went to sleep. Everything went by as normal. Ethan, I don't know if you ate or not, but if you did, you had to go to pick your food in the kitchen.
Okay.
Anyway,
Ethan would have gone out to eat.
Nah, Ethan would have starved. He has pride.
he has too much pride. Okay.
anyway, the next day comes to you, gentlemen. What do you do?
Let's go see Taras.
Yeah,
Oh,
let's go see
thank
the zoo.
God.
I want to go to the zoo.
I was so fucking scared I would have missed that. Let's go.
All right. So you're heading to the zoo. So you go out of your airship. You all have breakfast again, Ethan. If you wanted to have breakfast, you'll have to go get it in the kitchen. Everybody else is
Nah.
breakfast except Ethan.
Is this like a permanent thing? Where he has to like get his own food now?
That Betty, that you know,
Wow.
You don't know. I mean, if I were ever to say that my mom's food kind of sucks, yeah. Let's
Hey,
say
man.
I would.
I don't really complain about food. Food is I'm just grateful for food in general. That's just it.
Hey, look, his mom's
I don't
dead,
care who
right?
it
His mom's-
I don't care who it's from.
Anyway, so you all go outside, and you kind of like have the carriage waiting for you as usual.
Yeah.
So you basically boarded, and you go to the zoo.
Yep.
Yay!
It takes about an hour worth of carriage riding to get to the westmost side of the city, which is where the zoo is located. And so you basically leave the premises of the city, conventionally speaking, and you come to like a large patch of what seems to be wilderness now. And at that point, you kind of like approach this, which looks like a weird kind of like a estate out in the middle of the countryside, and you see that it's somewhat guarded. It's like has like guards around and stuff like that. And so you approach the entrance as the carriage kind of like is approaching the entrance. Hold, state the nature of your business.
We want to see the terrace.
That's
We're gonna tour the zoo. We're gonna tour the zoo.
We're here to visit the zoo,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
Okay. So please,
We're the Palazzo visitors.
Yeah. As a visitor.
the palazzo, I haven't identified of anything. Anyway, refrain from interacting with the animals. You, upon entry, will be paired with a guide that will guide your carriage through the display, the exhibition of animals we have available. The price of admission, it's 1 gold piece per person.
All right.
Okay. I paid 6. Or 6?
No, it's not 67. You have a carriage rider.
Oh yeah, 7.
Wait, don't forget the carriage rider.
That's the important
We're just
person.
gonna leave him behind.
Yeah. Okay. I paid the 7 gold. The 7 gold. So.
All right. You pay them all.
Mhm.
And at that point, you're led inside. As you're basically being led inside, you stop by a small house to the side. It's like a huge road that goes into this wilderness. You see trees and fields and things, and it's like a guided experience as you look. Make a perception check, all of you.
Ooh.
Percepzione, here we go.
Perception. Okay.
30.
My brain was working slow right now. Okay.
I also have 30.
I got 18.
31.
Okay, so you kind of like look out, and the first thing you notice is the fact that at some point you entered what looks to be a giant domed structure. As you look up, and you do see the scaffolding of the dome, but it's made of like what seems to be transparent, either metal or glass or something that is letting in the natural light, but the entire place is enclosed in this giant dome that covers a pretty big swath of terrain. And so you basically make your way in, and your guide is like, okay, hello.
Yes.
My name is Luciano. It is a pleasure to meet you. I will be your guide for today.
Yes.
And so our first exhibitions, actually, if you would care to look, it is these are actually non-harmful animals. Some of them you would find they're more common things like, and he points like tigers and elephants and some exotic animals you don't find this far south, things that usually inhabit the northern poles. We have a specially climatized habitat for polar bears. As you see basically there's like a bunch of patches of land that are surrounded by fences, and then there's one that's just snow. It's snow with like a small kind of like lake in the middle. So you're watching like grass and stuff like that, and then you see one, it's like just snow. It's snow, and you do see it kind of like in the middle, close to like this small water pool that is in the middle of the enclosure. You see a polar bear kind of like just there, hanging out, just casually like meh.
Nah.
However, as you continue to go, it's like, however, our most prized display animal in this particular part is our Pegasus herd, and he points at an enclosure that is not closed. It's just a normal kind of like low fence, and you see a herd of about 7 Pegasus or Pegasi.
Oh,
You see this beautiful white horse with wings.
I see.
Fine. It's this kind of like super majestic animals, quite big for a horse. As you kind of like walk by and you see these beautiful Pegasus, the carriage stops or slows down for like a second. One of the horses kind of like looks at the carriage stopping by and approaches it a little bit, kind of like looks it around and then turns back and joins the rest of the herd.
Yeah.
And so you continue to go on. And you're taken through multiple other displays of, again, what looks to be quotation mark harmless animals. Again, you see bear, tigers, lions, stuff like that. The stuff you would find in a real zoo, except for the Pegasi. However, at some point, you do see that the road kind of like comes, that comes on an entrance in what looks to be like a tree thicket. Not a forest, it's like a thicket of trees. And then the road takes a downward incline as you begin to head down. And now we will be heading into our basically a bit of a darker enclosure where we keep some animals that usually do not take well to the sunlight. We also have a fair collection of these things. If you do not have dark vision by nature, it's a bit hard to see. I do not recommend shining lights into any of these. It may upset indeed the animals. And well, the first one that we have, and he points at basically at a point. Whoever doesn't have light vision, you can't see shit.
I'm gonna. Anybody wants dark vision? Has
Cool.
Lawrence.
I actually have the dark vision.
You only have dim light. No,
I have
you,
low light. But
low light.
Dark
Yeah.
vision. If you do not have dark vision, you can't see shit.
Anybody wants dark vision, guys? As Lawrence casts it
but
himself.
until I have the cocos.
Oh, I do.
Okay, then give me dark vision because I don't want to.
Yeah,
take
can
out-
I
I
get
want
dark vision too?
because I just remember Dark doesn't have it. No, wait, not so.
Okay.
I need dark vision too.
Okay, Lawrence has cast dark vision.
Oh no, I do have dark
Doesn't have
vision.
dark vision.
Argus doesn't have dark vision. He'll take it.
Alrighty, so that would be like 5.
Yeah, just cast on everyone. Who cares?
Okay,
Who needs a boss to run through your spell slots?
Yeah. Wait, Lawrence, are we wasting your spell slot?
Nah, it's fine. Just 5 out of 6. Third level spell slots, not a biggie. Wait, no, my bad. No, it's 5 out of 7 is fine. Any second level spell slots, so those don't matter.
So,
Oh, it's second level?
basically, now that you have dark vision, make a perception check.
Oh, okay.
Woo-wee.
The regular perception check, roll d20.
25.
24.
25 again. For me.
I got 21.
Okay. Do we have everybody?
I think he's missing Aetus.
Mm-hmm.
FYI, the dark vision lasts for 9 hours.
What?
Jesus.
Fuck? Also,
I didn't
Ronnie,
hear apparently.
a little bit. This is based on the labyrinthos from freaking Telegram.
No.
Because I
So-
was-
As you basically look to your left, you do see a familiar thing sprawling from the ground. There is like this enclosure that is filled with sand.
Yeah.
And then you see a particular set of jaws sprouting out of it. You immediately recognize that as an antlion.
Jesus fucking Christ.
As basically the guy who's like, here to the left we have our antlion. We do keep it here underground to simulate a nocturnal habitat so that it sticks out of the ground. Otherwise, during the day they tend to remain hidden. They lay these traps of quicksands that if its prey walks over it, it collapses and it attracts everything to the middle and then bites. It has quite a powerful bite. It can actually tear a man in half.
Yeah, we've encountered one before. We actually ate one too. It was disgusting.
Oh, yeah,
really?
you really gonna bring that up?
Yeah.
we ate one? I
I
remember.
would not recommend eating antlion the same way as
Sure,
we would
was
not
not there,
recommend these. And as the carriage continues on, you do see kind of like a group of like 3 giant scorpions.
Jesus.
At the time the carriage passes, one of the scorpions kind of like basically just beelines it towards it. However, you do see that the scorpion is stopped by what looks to be a transparent barrier that is kind of like in between the road the carriage is now traveling in and the enclosures. As the scorpion is kind of like perched, you see the underbelly of the giant scorpion. As you do look at it, it's like these are giant scorpions. I mean, if you fought an antlion, I don't know if you've seen these. They come from a similar habitat.
Oh, God.
Both these two.
These things give me PTSD. We almost died from these things.
They are quite dangerous. You fought them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, these ones were a bit of a challenge to bring into the display, but into our exhibition. But they're fascinating animals, really. They're
That
fascinating.
they are.
They grab you
Indeed.
with their
indeed.
attacks.
To the right, to the right, you can see also another impressive animal. This one does live in caves, and you see this large body, like leathery, furry body, hanging upside down. as the carriage slowly moves through it. As you're passing through, it opens up its arms, and you see this giant, kind of like membrane-like wings, and that will be a dire bat.
Holy
Shit, no, that's something new.
We keep a couple of these around.
Dire bat.
They are quite aggressive when they are awake. They are active hunters. Excellent night vision. They can see in the dark perfectly. Well, they don't have vision really. They use echolocation to detect their prey. They're very, very strong. Some say they can essentially lift an ox out of the ground with ease. They in the past they used to be very threatening to people that were essentially keeping cattle, because they would go out at night and hunt. However, finding these in the wild anymore is rare because they have been thoroughly hunted almost to extinction. And keeping in the themes of dire, and the carriage continues on.
Dire wolf.
You basically look at your right, and you see a pack of wolves, and then in the middle of this pack, they're all kind of like laying down, and in the middle of this pack, you see a large wolf, like bigger than the other ones. That would be a regular pack of wolves that is led by a dire wolf. We've actually captured this herd or this pack some 5 years ago. They were actually roaming in the outskirts of the city, and they were attacking travelers that were coming into the city via road, and thus the order was given to the adventurers office to hunt these things down alive, preferably. A huge ransom was paid for this little pack. It's a group of about 6-7 wolves, and then the dire wolf, which is big, as they're just laying there in the dark. You continue past, you see other ones, you see giant spiders, and the guide goes into an absolute just rant about the different types of spiders and the different types of venom they produce, and the fact that oftentimes the largest spiders are less dangerous than the tiny spiders, but they don't have a display of tiny spiders because tiny spiders are not as exotic as large spiders. And so you see several types of giant spiders. Continuing on, you do find another enclosure. It's like, okay, so this is actually, let me see if it's willing to come out. Did you mind slowing the carriage a little bit, please? And the carriage slows almost to a halt, moving slowly. And you see the guy take out like a stick and just tap the ground. And you see from the enclosure, you see a pair. You basically see like this chitinous shape shift slightly off on the ground, and then suddenly leap and crash against the barrier, the kind of like the protective barrier that is basically guarding you guys. And you see this giant purple worm. Slices down. Now,
purple
this-
worm. That's
now-
what these things look like.
These things are purple worms. You can tell because their chitin is purple-ish in color. This one is a little one. We have artificially kept it small, but they can grow much larger than that. It's already pretty fucking big. It's the size of the carriage. And the guide's saying it's small. However, these are only found in the ruins of the Underdark. These can only basically be found there. A group or a Pathfinder caravan that came together some 3 years ago actually managed to capture one of these alive. It fetched quite a significant sum. Our patron, Don Alejandro, was kind enough to buy it and donate it to the zoo, and as such is one of our most prized possessions. You will never find, they're not, we are the largest zoo in Arilia, but if you were to find another animal collections, it is rare to find an alive purple worm. It is also said that some or that in ancient times when the Underdark was inhabited, some tribes of goblins and others, another denizens of like the Underdarks or the underground close to the Underdark, actually trained these to serve as basically hunting companions. Very volatile though. I wouldn't suggest you try to do that, otherwise it could eat you. And continuing on, and then you hear a voice in your head, it's like, ah, shit. Argus, you hear a voice in your head going like, ah, shit. As he basically points, and this is our giant centipede showroom. And it's like, you hear Chris is going ahead, like, you're fucking kidding me.
Is everything all right, Chris?
I can feel them.
You can you talk to them?
Nah, they don't talk. They're not me.
Ah.
And these are our giant centipedes, and you see, well, a group of giant centipedes, 3 giant centipedes, as they're basically skittering about their enclosure. And then he's like, "Oh, wait, slow down the carriage. They're about to be fed." And you see that, from the other side of the enclosure, in like the rocky exterior, a circular hole kind of like forms up, and you basically see as a small bunny comes out of it, then another one, then another one, then another one. A total of 5 bunnies come skittering out of the hole as the hole immediately seals itself. The bunnies kind of like skitter down into the enclosure, and all of a sudden the centipedes spread out basically towards the edges, and the bunnies begin to like sniff and kind of like walk around in the middle until one of them launches super quickly and just grabs one, and the other 2 at the same time launch and grab other 2. The other 2 bunnies kind of like run away towards one of the corners as the centipedes kind of like swoop and grab their bunnies, and they immediately go back to like the walls of the enclosure, and then almost at unison 2 of them swoop down again as the third one swoops a little bit later and cannot grab it, so he kind of like goes for one of his partners, and basically just bites the bunny that the partner had in its mouth, and they struggle for a little bit, and they rip the bunny in half, basically, as the other one, which happens to be one of the larger ones, kind of like he's eating the final bunny. And well, as basically you see, they have predatory behavior. They have 2 ways of hunting. They can either bury under the ground and then attack from beneath, much like a purple worm, or they can actually perch up and jump down. They're very adaptable, incredibly adaptable for something we would consider an insect or a bug. And you hear a voice in your head, Argus, my ass is a bug. Asshole. What an asshole. What an asshole. What an asshole. Bugs my ass.
They're just doing their guide. Do you want to talk to them?
I think they would freak out.
Yeah, probably.
It'd be funny though. It would be funny.
Basically, the carriage picks up the pace again, and after you see a bunch of other cave critters in the collection, cave dwellers, you basically the incline or the road incline picks back up again as you emerge from the thicket of woods, and it's like, and now for the coup de grace, the final piece, the piece de resistance, the jewel of the crown, and you see this giant, lumbering, mountain-like creature that is just displayed essentially in front of you, as you see this large enclosure that is heavily guarded. You see guards all around it. You see that the enclosure itself has like another kind of like dome built on top of it. And you do see the fact that this large, lumbering, mountain-sized creature that is just laying there is actually laying on a bed of spikes, as it is heavily chained all across it. This is our Tarask. It's one of, it is the only thing, it is the only Tarask available for public exhibition in Arilia. If there are other Tarrasques, we do not know. Tarrasques are pretty rare, or were pretty rare back in the day. However, this particular animal is just colossal, don't you see? And indeed, it looks like a fucking hill. It's not a small hill, it's just a hill of just fucking leather and carapace, and is this basically giant armored rhinoceros mixed with a turtle thing. It is just humongous as he just stands before you, and he's like, so the Tarrasque actually has several capabilities. This one in particular, you do not need to be afraid of it. It's permanently, I mean, you cannot really kill a Tarrasque. What you can do, however, is keep it in a state of permanent semi-death. Hence why you see the chains have spikes on them as they pressure down the body. It's laying on a bed of spikes. The entire thing is heavily guarded, heavily safeguarded, as basically you see the thing kind of like laying there. You don't see it breathing or anything, but it's ominously there. Imagining a creature of that size is hard. Seeing one is one of those like, what the fuck type of like scenarios. You feel like an ant next to it. The carriage itself, basically in front of this giant enclosure, it feels like a fucking just nothing. It is just this ginormous thing that is taking on this huge swath of terrain. And the guy looks at you. So the carapace of the Tarrasque, it's actually very unique because it is capable of deflecting a plethora of magical things. Let's say you were to shoot it with something like a magic missile, right? The Tarrasque's carapace would deflect it. And sometimes it will come right back at you.
Jeez, holy shit.
Yes. Also, when properly or fully functional, let's call it like that, Tarrasque are quite agile despite of their size. They are they are incredibly agile for their size. They can leap, they can jump, they run pretty fast as well. These are not beings you definitely want to meet out in the field, but they are indeed quite interesting. Another thing that the Tarrasque is known for is its regenerative capabilities. We here have one of the few legal sources of basically Tarrasque leather in the world. It is one of Avante's most exclusive exports. We harvested from this specimen with the utmost care. And in this particular case, the Tarrasque actually has a capacity to regenerate. And to the point where even if you were to kill it, turn it into dust, you were to disintegrate it, it would actually regenerate back slowly but surely. I mean, that is actually how we captured it.
Like, even if you turn it to dust?
I do not know the account myself, but what I do know is that some of our gracious patrons of the academia actually were the ones who engaged this Tarrasque and essentially disintegrated it to dust. And they picked up those remains, making sure that, well, they didn't do it, a group of people that were with them at that time did it for them. They picked up these remains, making sure that the Tarrasque couldn't fully regenerate, and thus brought it here, where we built this enclosure, and we've kept it ever since. This one has been in exhibition for the last 110 years. It was actually the birthplace, or this is the birthplace of our zoo. The exhibition you see before you, or that you just have seen, it is actually or it actually started with this Tarrasque. We've just built on and expanded the zoo to the size and majesty you see today before you. But indeed, this is our most important exhibition piece, and it was the first we ever produced. And at the point, the carriage takes to the left of the enclosure, surrounding it. Again, you do see this fucking mountain thing. It doesn't matter from which dimension, which angle you look at it, it's huge. Well, colossal. It is just a beast like you've never seen before. You've dreamed of giant krakens with the kraken wine. You've seen flying whales. You've seen a bunch of other gigantic creatures, the sandworms of the Runa Desert. The Tarask is bigger than all of them.
Oh shit.
This thing is bigger than all of them. And as basically you're surrounding it, he goes like, yes, and one last thing. The Tarask also happens to have a particular set of spines. In this case, in specific, sometimes they fire off. However, you can see them well in advance, and he basically begins to point at a juncture in his body. Make a perception check.
Oh.
Alright. Give me a sec.
32, baby.
25.
29.
24.
36.
So you see that around the Tarask's giant head, there is like a group of what looks to be spines growing to the side of it, creating almost like a crown around it, and like basically like not like a horizontal, but like a vertical crown, like goes from like the lower part of like the neck all the way up to the head, like a triceratops. And you see basically at certain points spines growing out of it. And he basically says, like, these are quite young. The last time the spines fired were a year ago. Because, of course, we make sure that the Tarask cannot regenerate properly, but the growth of the spine is just part of the regeneration process, and sometimes they just fire. However, we do know well in advance. We have taken measures when we know that the spine is ready to fire. The last accident we have in relationship with the spines happened some 30 years ago. So they're perfectly safe. And besides, the spines cannot, leave the enclosure. However, one of them once ricocheted off and hit an employee. Sadly, they did not make it out alive.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So what do you do specifically to make sure the spines aren't dangerous when they do fire off?
No, I mean, we just have the enclosure cleared.
Oh, right.
When we know the spines are about to fire, we simply do not enter the enclosure and we wait for the spines to fire. We have gotten the process down to a precision of about a day and a half.
Oh, okay.
So
Interesting.
we know that in a period of about 36 hours the spines can fire, and thus we do not enter the enclosure. As we of course continue to study its particulars, we will of course get more accurate about the process of the spine's growth, development, and when they're ready to fire.
Right. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's so cool.
Oftentimes the spine firing is associated with essentially muscular movements within the head of the Tarask. We have been told that if the Tarask were to be fully functional, it would be able to grow its entire spines in less than 6 seconds and actually shake its heads and fire them off. The fact that we have kept its regeneration so pressed that it can fire them only once every year or two is indeed an achievement. That we are all very proud of, because again, this Tarask, I cannot stress this enough, is in a very controlled environment. And
has there ever been
not escaping? Ever.
Has there ever been scares of it potentially waking up, or is it pretty certain it never wakes up?
He is maintained in a state of essentially death. You cannot really kill a Tarask.
Right.
But the way its body is consistently subjected to damage, as you can see the chains and where it's lying, that bed of spikes that you see is constantly harming the Tarask, preventing it from fully regenerating and gaining functional capabilities.
Okay.
So that is what basically keeps this Tarask, we call it asleep.
Oh, okay.
But in reality, again, it's in a state of constant reanimation that the Tarask is subjecting itself to.
Right. Okay.
And at that point, you finish surrounding the entire enclosure and you take a road out of the zoo. The carriage kind of rides past more of the pastures and some of the collection animals. You see giraffes. You see a couple of like very, very weird looking, like what looks to be oxes or bulls. They have like a lot of hair. Those will be northern buffaloes. They only exist in a region of the Astana Republic near to the city of Zorun. These are, however, it's a herd we maintain internally. They breed amongst themselves. We've had some issues as of late to renew the genetic stock because there's a lot of inbreeding going on. And since we cannot import the animals anymore from the Astana Republic, it's become a little bit difficult. Some of them have bone malfunctions and their life expectancy is a bit lower, again, due to the inbreeding process. In order to keep this particular herd alive, but they're still quite impressive, although not as large as their natural counterparts. I wish this whole nonsense with the war or the situation between our two nations would come to an end so that we can resmoke this beautiful, beautiful specimen. And then basically you kind of continue to see these animals as you leave the zoo. At that point, you using that road, it joins the main road at some point, and you go back into the entrance, and the guy looks at you. At that point, it's been the better part of, let's say, the morning. You went in pretty early, about, let's say, 8:39 in the morning, and it's around 11 at this point. So you spend a good 2 hours kind of like touring the zoo, looking the animals, learning about them. And as such, like the carriage stops, and the guy said, well, it's been an absolute pleasure to share this lovely morning with you. I hope you've had a delightful visit to our incredible zoo, and I do hope we see you again. Have a nice day. And he gets off the carriage, as basically now the carriage races towards the city. So, anything else you would like to do?
Shit.
We can take for transportation to go to.
No, we're taking the Phantom Chariot. We're not getting transportation.
Stock up on food.
I think we have enough food, don't we? It's not that long. But...
how long did you say it was?
I thought it was like a few days, but he doesn't really know, so... Maybe you're right. Maybe we should go get some rations of food or something.
Do you think that... we can do it.
Oh, can we make like a quick stop back to the library? Argus wants to look for like a travel guide for like Northport, or like anything that like just gives like a short pamphlet about Northport or something. Or it doesn't have to be a pamphlet.
So you make it back to the library. You kind of like, again, for everybody's sake, you go about, you ask people, give you the information about Northport, and they essentially, amongst what you can read, you look like a travel guide. There is no such thing as a travel guide to Northport. There's no such thing as a travel guide in Chicago or Detroit.
Right.
You might find some like things about the city or like specific parts of the city, but not like an entire description of a city. But what you basically are able to find is the fact that Northport is the closest thing to an industrial city in the Gladian Federation. They mostly handle processing of like raw materials, like stuff like iron, stuff like again like metals and things like that, and they basically export those things to the rest of the cities in the Federation. But the Northport's location to the north of the Gladian Federation is located in an area that is very rich in mineral resources, and thus its entire operation is all about, that. The harvesting, well, not harvesting, the mining and refining of said minerals that then are used in a plethora of different scenarios, from building artifacts to just normal use. It's one of the few places within the Seren hierarchy and can serve as an industrial center. The other one, or the closest one to Northport, would be Sul, the city of Sul. That is also another kind of like industrial city, but less so than Northport itself. Northport is renowned for its particular kind of like location. It is perched upon a cliff that faces off the north side of the Astaran continent. Basically, Northport itself has or is kind of like facing the coast of the North Sea, and the city itself is more vertical than horizontal, but it's not built into a mountain or anything. It's literally built into a cliff, and its most famous landmark is basically its harbor that was dug by people into the face of the cliff, and there are factories and industrial outposts that are essentially embedded into this entire cliffside that merges with the city. So the city has actually, instead of the city going up as you would normally found it, the city actually goes down. You arrive at the city at the top, and then you go down into the different layers of the city, where you will find different ore extraction operations that happen there. It's not a city that is famous for its tourism, precisely because, well, it's an industrial city that it's not, let's just say, the place where people go to do tourism.
Okay, gotcha.
But that is what you basically are able to find out about Northport.
Alrighty.
So, anything else you're doing?
Let's see.
There is like shit. I forget the lodge, that any famous lodge or whatever in what's it called?
We'll probably figure out lodging once we get there. So.
I mean, we can have like some ideas, and then we can check it out, so we don't look like that lost.
Yeah,
I mean, you're trying to look for lodging in. So wait a minute. You're trying to look for lodging in.
No.
Burlington,
Yeah,
without getting to Burlington.
Yeah. If there's like any famous lodging that we can go.
Didn't I just told you that the most remarkable landmark of Burlington is the harbor, and that's it?
Oh. Then we need to figure out over there then.
Yeah, just figure it out once we go. It's simple.
So, anything else again you would like to do for the day?
I guess not.
Not for me.
Okay. No,
Yeah,
I'll
that's
take
it.
that as an answer. All right.
No.
So, as the day ends, you'll go to sleep. You take your sleep. You wake up the morning of the next day. What do you do?
Let's see. Oh fuck. Okay. We need to get some. We need to get rations. We need to get supplies, and we still need to meet up with what the fuck? Alex, informant. His eyes. Still need to do that. So probably. I don't know. What do we need? What do we need for supplies? How long does the Phantom Chariot last?
A few hours, right?
Phantom Chariot, 9 hours.
Oh, okay, so we'll probably need camping supplies then, right? Because we don't have any camping supplies right
Oh,
now.
yeah,
Oh no,
camping
we have your
supplies.
shelter though, right?
Yeah, we have shelter.
Oh yeah, shelter.
Oh, mainly we'll just be needing rations. That's about it.
Yeah, rations.
Rations and water. Although I do
Can
have the
you
create water.
create water?
Yep, I have the one of create water. And
I think we usually
Okay,
need
so we
food
only need
and-
rations.
How many charges on the water?
Is there charges on the water, or is it you could just do it
Yeah.
over and over?
there's charges. I have 50
How
charges.
many?
I'm pretty sure.
50? Okay, yeah, we should be set.
Yeah, we're good. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
So
what
it's just
about rations then? Yeah, probably just rations. How many rations do we need?
I don't even know how long the travel is, but we should probably get a decent amount. I know we had some already. We didn't. Our trip into the Underdark wasn't very long. We still have some spare. Let me see if I can find it. That was a really long time ago. Fuck.
Who had the rations?
Let me see.
Where do
I
we get the
think I
rations?
I know we did not eat all of it during the Underdark shit.
Yeah, we were down there for very long.
Yeah, Ethan finished all of his rations. Okay, cool.
All right. So, what are you doing specifically? You're gathering rations.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
We also need to meet the informant, Alex informant.
Yeah, let's go back to Plaza and ask Alec if we can meet the. Yeah, let's go back to Plaza talk to Alec, see if we can meet the informant now, or if we have to meet them in Pernington or something, or how we can meet them basically.
Okay, so you go out. And you go, basically, you head your way back to the palazzo. And as you're approaching the gate of the palazzo, you see Antonio, not Tony, Antonio, kind of like standing there. Yes, I've been informed by your carriage rider, the fact that you were looking for the informant. I will escort you to where he is at the present. And he basically boards the carriage, and you go to a different place in the city, closer to the center. As you find yourselves walking into what looks to be a pretty regular kind of like house, as the carriage kind of like stops and you all get off and you see Antonio knocking on the door. The door is open. Yes, is Vincenzo here? You see the person nod and looking back, and then a man comes out and basically escorts him back to the carriage, and you all sit on the carriage, and you hear Antonio kind of like signaling the carriage rider to just begin to go. And at that point, he turns towards you, Mr. Orion. So, any questions you would like to ask of him?
We are going, I guess you already know. We're going to Permington, so do you know any particulars that we need to be aware of? We're gonna check out the mayor and...
Scusi, io non parlare molto common. Speak bad common. You speak Gladrian?
I don't speak Gladrian. I speak
Stefan
Elvish.
canonically no.
I speak Elvish. So, if I remember, I actually speak
Lauren
Elvish.
doesn't know Italian. I know a bit of Italian. Lauren doesn't know Italian. God damn it.
I actually
Wait,
speak
Ronan, were
Elvish.
you really speaking? Wait, were you speaking Italian?
Do you?
No.
Argus is gonna spend an arcane full point and cast comprehend language.
Okay. You cast comprehend language. And he kind of looks at the rest of you. My common bat.
Oh, that's right. I'll cast it on him too. I'll spend another arcane full point and cast it on him as well.
Okay, so comprehend language doesn't allow you to speak languages.
No, it just lets
No,
you.
he understands us.
You
Yeah, he just
understand?
understands. Yeah.
And then Argus understands him.
Oh, that is
so-
like a freaking telephone game right now.
And
Oh.
basically goes, and so do you not speak Gladrian? You bad common mine.
Oh yeah, I don't speak Gladrian. I'm sorry, but hopefully you understand me now a little bit better.
Sì, un poco. Io intendo il comune, però ma io non lo hablo molto bene. I understand common, but I don't speak it very well.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Right. Okay, that makes sense. I mean,
It's
at least I
just,
can understand you.
It's just io ho vivito la mia vita interamente a questa qui in Gladria. Bueno, tutti il mondo habla Gladrian, no hablamos la lengua común normale. If
I have
that's
this feeling that like Ronan's using this as an excuse to like practice languages. Honestly.
He's learning Italian.
he basically said that he spent his entire life in Gladia and he doesn't speak a lot of common outside of Gladrian common.
Okay.
Wait, Ronan, what are you even speaking? Like,
Italian.
It's a combination of Italian and Spanish.
Yeah.
are you
Yeah.
Gladrian is a combination of Italian and Spanish.
I was wondering if Checo could understand what you were saying.
Yeah, I understand because I speak Spanish.
But like the Italian part though.
Some parts you.
Italian and Spanish are very
Yeah.
similar.
So they can be, sometimes you can understand each other. you may not, know the language, but you can understand the because the words are very similar.
Basically, ¿hay alguna pregunta que a lo mejor ustedes tienen o algo así específico?
My spell must not be working on me.
Is there any questions you may have?
Stop working.
We need specifics of the day-to-day of the mayor, where he lives, like when he enters and leaves his office at the admin building, and maybe where his office in the admin building is, stuff like that.
Pues la oficina del alcaide nada más está en el centro del pueblo. En cuanto a, su día a día es muy normal, hombre. No te diría yo que es extraordinario porque realmente no lo es, ¿no? Es una cuestión de, el tipo sale de su casa, va al trabajo, tiene un amante, eso es cierto, tiene un amante. Una chica joven, chica de campo, de estas que no más, el tipo lo habrá vendido 1000 maravillas, ¿sabes? Y no más, entonces tiene esa relación con una chica más joven, pero fuera de eso, más nada, ¿no? El tío va de la casa a la oficina, de la oficina a la casa. Es una vida muy normal, a veces se va de copas, como todos. No hay nada extraordinario tampoco ahorita que podamos decir tenga el hombre, ¿no? In general, what he told you was that he has a pretty normal life. He has a mistress, a young girl that he may have sold the world to. It's like a country girl that he goes into, seeing. But other than that, he goes from house to the office and the office to the house, and that's it.
Okay.
Algo más específico, a lo mejor, no sé. Yo lo vigilé por un buen tiempo y honestamente no pude, vamos a decir, obtener información de lo más jugosa, ¿no? Lo realmente, usted sabe, ¿no? El chisme, ¿no? Y
couldn't agree more.
He basically had a normal life and he couldn't dig like the juicy stuff. He didn't have anything like gossip or anything. Dude seems like a pretty normal dude.
Oh shit! Oh man. So does he just leaves his office at normal hours and goes to his home around normal hours? What about the mistress? When does he see the mistress?
Normalmente él veía al amante los viernes, luego de dejar la oficina. Normalmente yo veía al amante. A veces lo hacía los lunes, cuando no la podía ver los viernes, la veía los lunes, o a veces incluso los martes, pero por regla general los viernes y más nada, pues. He's telling you that he would sometimes go see her on Fridays after he leaves the office. Sometimes where he couldn't see her on that Friday, he would go see her the next Monday or Tuesday of the next week. But that's pretty much it.
Also, Dino, why did you didn't put comprehend languages on me?
I'm sorry. Technically speaking, I actually can't cast comprehend languages on anybody but me, so it didn't really matter at the end of the day.
So I have no idea what's happening then, technically. I have no idea what's happening.
I was like, oh wait, I don't think it's.
Gladian, by the way, Gladian is not a language. It's a dialect. It's not a language. It's like a form of
dialect. Yeah, okay. Bro, I don't understand it.
You don't understand it, but Lawrence and Divan can understand it.
Yeah. We speak Spanish. Yeah. I mean, we speak.
Anyone who can speak Spanish here can basically understand everything.
Exactly. You can basically understand Gladian.
Can you make you remember what was his name? The one Grum? What's his name? Grum? Yeah, he speaks Draconic. Make him speak in Chinese. That way I can understand it.
Well, Draconic is a language. It's not a dialect.
So make him speak Cantonese and I can understand it.
That is not how Draconic works. Draconic is actually a language. Gladian is not a language.
You can speak
Chinese is the language too.
Chinese is the language.
But Draconic is not Chinese. Draconic is not Chinese. Languages that we will find in our world will fall under the purview or the curfew of the common tongue in fantasy world. So There you go.
Okay.
So that's why Gladria speaks a combination of Spanish and Italian.
Yep.
There you go.
It's pretty much like
Alright then.
common, more or less, that could be said.
Oh, trust me, if I could speak more languages fluently, I would make every single fucking nation speak a different one.
Man, Ronan, I would like to hear you speak Chinese one day.
Actually,
I only know Spanish, a little bit of Italian, English, and anime.
Wait, you know
And anime, like Nani?
Oh shit, that kind of
Fair enough.
okay.
That's Ada.
Anime.
Ada in theory.
That's anime. It's like like phrases like oregato.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Anyway, so cualquier otra pregunta que tengan, algo más específico. Honestamente quisiera poder ofrecerles más, pero porque el Don Alejandro ha sido muy, muy generoso conmigo, pero no tengo realmente más para contarles, honestamente.
Just
I'm telling you that he doesn't have a lot to tell you.
Just double checking. Lawrence would actually know Gladrian, or Lawrence does
Yes,
not?
you would. If you know Spanish IRL, you know Gladrian. There you go.
Okay. Do you know?
Preguntita rápida. De casualidad, tema información sobre la fábrica.
Future, I hope you tell me what that means.
Yeah, he's asking about the factory.
Sí. Cierto. La fábrica. Gracias. En cuanto a la fábrica, bueno, yo tenía la tarea de vigilar al alcaide, ¿no? Y como mi tarea era vigilar al alcaide, yo a veces lo vigilaba cuando iba a la fábrica. La fábrica honestamente no tiene nada del otro mundo tampoco. No es que ahorita pude escabullirme, ni mucho menos, ¿no? No está directamente dentro de la ciudad, está en una locación un poco más hacia las afueras, pero esta fábrica no es tampoco ahorita algo enorme, ni mucho menos, ¿no? Es una operación discreta, tiene algunos guardas y toda esa historia, pero no mucho, honestamente. Y nada me pareció fuera de lo extraordinario, no vi sujetos extraordinarios. Lo poco que puedo ver de la operación de la fábrica tiene sus obreros, sus trabajadores, ¿no? Tiene personas que van y vienen. Realmente nunca pude ver el interior de la fábrica porque tenía órdenes expresas de, bueno, no meterme en problemas y no delatar mi identidad o mi posición. Y en ese sentido, bueno, pues nunca vaya, lo que viene siendo infiltración de toda la vida, ¿no? ¿Tú me entiendes? Sí. Pero en el tema de la fábrica, pues lo que yo pude percibir es que nomás es una operación bastante normal, ¿no? No parece haber algo extraordinario, no es que haya visto, qué sé yo, un dragón o algo así, que de buenas a primeras bajara del cielo o monstruosidades en la noche o ruidos extraños, ni nada por el estilo, ¿no? Lo que viene siendo, vaya, tu fábrica de toda la vida, ¿no?
¿Y qué tan frecuentes eran las entregas hacia la fábrica y fuera de la fábrica?
¿Entregas en qué sentido?
Camiones, carruaje, cosas de esas situaciones, entregando materiales o sacando materiales.
A diario. Las veces que fui, los veía entrar y salir, no más a diario, todo el día, ¿no? Entraban y salían. Lo normal. Ahorita no es que ahorita sea algo extraordinario de nuevo, ni mucho menos, ¿no? Es la operación normal de esos lugares.
Dino, you lost
Damien.
No, my spell's working right now. I understand everything.
Oh, yeah. Dino, you know Spanish?
he knows perfectly Spanish. There you go.
Wait, Dino, do you actually know Spanish?
I don't know Spanish.
He's so playing that he understands. So.
Oh my God.
Argus is understanding.
Ronan,
the translation.
The only word I understood from that is fabric or something. I heard fabric. That's the only thing.
The translation is a little bit delayed. I'll get to that in a second. But there you go.
Oh shit. Even Divine doesn't know because I know Spanish, so
أقدر نعدد لهم بالدارجة ولا بالدارجة ولا بالفرنسي؟ أقدر نعدد بالدارجة مش حكيت
French too.
ألو قلت لك بالدارجة ولا بالفرنسي؟ نهدر زوج لغات هنا يعني.
No,
you're
say Kung Fu,
brother,
fuck
look
off,
at
man.
this guy speaking a language that has no rules.
ما سمعتنيش صح؟
Jesus fucking Christ.
لغة سرنها
Okay,
كيف؟
so how we say from where I come from, la tuya por si acaso.
What?
أنا ما كنتش نهدر لك.
He's you motherfucker. This thing just become freaking.
Yeah, Checo got that reference. La tuya por si acaso.
No, fuck me, damn it. Okay, I'm gonna say it in English because but
No, I'm gonna translate it because
no, but like
حاول ترجمة مرة أخرى مانيش فاهمك.
no, but like the
Okay,
the
so
accent,
can you stop talking in tongues right now? I'm gonna explain what
أنا هدر بالدارجة تقدر تفهمني.
what?
So basically,
God damn it.
when asked upon, like the dealings of like the factory, if there's something about the factory, this person said, Vincenzo said that the factory is just normal. There is normal operations going about it. There is basically what looks to be a perfectly normal venue. He would basically go to the factory or watch the factory whenever the mayor went to the factory, but this person never had instructions of essentially keeping an eye, but never risking their basically them becoming known. And so he was never able to like get inside the factory itself, but from what he could see out from the outside, it was pretty normal. Everything was a pretty normal, pretty standard operation. As when asked the frequency of like merchandise coming in or merchandise coming out or materials coming in, he said it would happen every day, at least every day that he went and saw it. That basically the operation was just normal, of what he expects to be a normal thing. There's carriages coming in and out, probably delivering materials and merchandise out of the place, but nothing extraordinary. It's not that he once saw a dragon coming out of the sky or weird noises in the night or monstrosities inside the factory. He never heard anything or saw anything about that.
Okay. Shit. I'm thinking of freaking saying the Spanish, but anyways,
Yeah.
do you know that any ways to make a contact to make a tour to the factory? I don't say in Spanish, but
Bueno, honestamente no sabría, ¿no? Yo vigilaba el lugar y pues nunca entré, nunca traté de congraciarme con nadie, ni de influenciar en ningún modo algún tipo de, de palanca, por ponerlo de una forma, ¿no? Para entrar a la fábrica o algo así, ¿no? Estaba bajo expresas instrucciones de no...
solo vigilar.
Mostrarme, exacto, solo vigilar. Y por eso no sabría cómo decirte. En torno a la información que tengo, eso es lo que sé.
Okay.
He's basically saying that he was asked, he basically doesn't know because he's tired to watch, he felt vigilant, and he never tried to like influence anybody or have some leverage to get into the factory or of any kind, because again he was asked to stay out of like notoriety of any kind.
I tell the group, okay, we need to ask then around with the the shops to see if anyone has a way to, not a way, but like if they can introduce us to the factory so we can buy stuff. I mean the stuff.
Yeah, of course. Do you know where the mayor would meet his mistress? Would it be like at his office, or would it be? You said he left his office. When he would leave his office on Friday nights, where would he meet the mistress?
Sí, la amante normalmente la veía en la casa de la señorita, ¿no? Ahí es donde normalmente el alcaide iba a ver a la amante.
Okay.
He would go to see the mistress at the mistress's house.
Do you know where she lives?
Pull out the map. Get the map.
Get the map. Yeah. Let's pull out the map.
I'm the map.
Who was the map?
All right, you pull out the map and you point where it is, and he's like, más o menos por aquí, and he points at a portion of like the northwestern part of the city. Es en las afueras, en una zona muy buena, en una zona relativamente, usted sabe, ¿no? Acaudalada, qué sé yo, qué sé cuánto. Ahí, eso. No más vivo por ahí, ¿no? Por esta zona, no sabría, es que la perspectiva como que me marea un poco, pero más o menos por acá es donde vive.
Okay,
He's basically pointing at the northwestern part of the map, and he's saying that that's like a well-made or like a richer part of town, and that's where she lives.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So you don't know exactly, but you know where. Okay, I see. Okay, so we
إيه دفان وش دخلك فيه حوالج تاع ذاك مرته؟
What the fuck? Do you start speaking French?
ها؟ هذه مرته هو ايش دخلك انت؟
It's either French or it's Algerian, one or the other.
Okay, well, yeah.
That's the trick question there. Future Algerian is French, well, partially.
It's a trick question. Okay. Do you know? Do you know how the the mistress looks like? So we can check it out.
Sí, es una chica joven, en sus 20, muy bonita, esbelta, con una figura, usted sabe, ¿no? Bonita, con unos pechugones.
Okay.
Fuera de eso, pues tiene el cabello castaño,
Okay.
ojos azules, la tez es de estas color oliva, muy bonita.
Okay.
Y bueno, pues es una chica, ya les digo, es una chica bonita que resalta y honestamente no creo que tendrán problemas identificándola. Es muy bonita, honestamente. He's saying that she's beautiful, has like a big fucking pair of knockers, brown hair, blue eyes, olive skin. That's basically it. She's very pretty. She's very pretty, stands out.
Okay, yeah. So we need to bless you.
Bless you.
We need to bless you. That's what we need.
Thank you.
Shit, that freaking took him out. Okay, so we have like the basic description of the lady, so we can let's talk her.
Where is the admin building and the factory? Point those out.
Pues el edificio de la administración de la ciudad, que es donde está la oficina del alcalde, está acá. And he points to basically like a location near the center of the city. Basically, like one of the buildings that is like at the center of the city. It's like este es el edificio. As for the factory, por la fábrica, honestamente no la veo acá en el mapa, está más al norte. Más al noreste.
Oh, okay.
And he points to the northeast portion of the city, but further from the map. He's saying that it doesn't show in the map, but it's more to the northeast of the city.
Okay.
All right. Perfect.
Okay.
We can ask we can still ask the shops to see to get information inside the factory and whatever to contact them. Okay.
بركة فهمني علاقتنا كلش على مرتك. احنا ما سخسيناش على مرتك، انت ما زلت كنت تهدر ليها.
I don't speak French. I don't know.
That's not French. That is not French.
Well,
That is not French.
I don't speak Algerian.
Does Ronan even understand what he's saying?
No.
Nobody does.
We don't speak Algerian or French.
Yeah?
At least I don't.
I only took a few freaking years of French, so I can understand at least minimum maximum 1% of that crap.
I have 0% of that crap, so yes.
What did you say, Judas?
I said nobody was fucking asking about your wife. Why do you keep telling us about that shit?
Jesus fucking Christ. Shit, that freaked me out freaking. Fuck that. Freaking out my freaking brain. God damn it.
العندين بهذيك الكلبة.
11. That's the only thing I can do.
I'm gonna ask him. Does the mayor stand out at all, or is he like famous? Do people, like,
Oh yeah.
like what is his like standing in the city compared to like other people? Is he...
Bueno, pues es el alcaide, ¿no? La gente lo conoce. Pues claro, es el alcaide, ¿no? Tiene su notoriedad, ¿no? Es un tipo en plan barrilete, un tanto pasadito de peso.
Oh, fat.
Tiene el pelo rizado. Está en sus 50 y un poquitín.
He's old, fat.
Es popular en la ciudad. La gente parece tener buenas relaciones con él. Y bueno, es popular en el pueblo. Al final, Pennington es un pueblo. Pennington es un pueblo. Al final del día, sí, tiene su notoriedad en la ciudad, la gente lo conoce, le quiere, al parecer, ¿no? Al menos el hombre camina por la ciudad con apenas un par de guardas, ¿no? Y saluda a la gente y tal, ¿no? Tan campante. Basically saying that the mayor he's got curly hair, kind of like a barrel, shaped a bit like a barrel.
He's fat.
It's in his 50s. But he is notorious. Like, people know him. Of course, he's the mayor. Like, you wouldn't know the mayor of the town. He's the mayor.
Yeah. They know him, but they
know him, and they seem to like him because he walks around the city with only a pair of guards, basically.
Yeah.
And he basically, like when people say hi to him, he says hi back and stuff like that.
Okay.
Seems like a decent guy.
Well, decent guy that has a freaking mistress. Yeah.
Holland係個肥。
You make it
No,
back.
not this guy.
佢可能係個白色肥佬。
The fuck? Now we start to speak Cantonese now?
Yeah. I just said he's probably a white boy, white fat ass or something.
Well, see, yeah, he is a fat guy that literally has a freaking mistress that probably with the money of the city.
Yeah, I don't know. I just get like white boy fat ass American dad vibes from this guy.
Okay, so So if we want to, if we're gonna hit the mayor's office, when is gonna be the best option or like the best time to do it?
Bueno, pues en ese sentido, si me preguntas a mí, de acuerdo a mi experiencia muy personal, pues yo te diría que en la noche.
So at night? Alright.
Basically, he's saying that according to his personal experience, the best moment would be at evening.
Hey, Ronan, what does Las Noches mean?
Night.
The night.
Yeah, good night.
The night.
Because I heard that in Bleach, Las Noches.
Las noches
That's the name of, like, Jesus Christ. That's the
I heard that
name
in Bleach, okay?
That means the nights.
Yeah, that's basically his night.
That's where all the Halas and Aran cars are.
It's darkness.
I've watched Bleach, right? I know what that's not just means.
Well, my life is become chaos at this point.
Yeah, this is why we shouldn't have started.
Also, espada means to stick up your ass. It's basically-
No, it's not.
It can be. It's where you use it. It can be.
I'm not gonna go to that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna explain that because
Oh, by the way, Chaco, how come you're speaking English though, even though you know Spanish?
Because I want you guys to learn to understand.
You want us to learn?
I can
Bro, I'm
speak
not
in Spanish.
You can teach me Spanish some other time. What?
No. But like I can so you guys know what I asked. Then the context.
It doesn't even matter at this point. I don't know. Ronan will just tell us anyways.
I know.
Waste of time though, not gonna lie.
Okay.
You speak faster in Spanish than you do in English.
Oh, I speak the same.
Oh shit.
I mean,
It's my fucking mother language, right? And Spanish is faster than English.
Yeah, no, yeah. Spanish, you can talk in Spanish like freaking have 10 words meaning one thing, and in English it's like just one thing.
And you can and you can thank the fact that I am not speaking fast. I'm speaking slow. Like watch a Mexican.
Go speak Spanish. Okay, speak really fast Spanish.
He's speaking Mexican Spanish. He's not speaking Puerto Rican Spanish. Otherwise, he'd be done within a second.
I think. Wait, Ronan speaks is like Spain Spanish.
Yeah, he's
Spanish. He speaks Spanish.
I speak Andalusian Spanish. That's what I speak.
He speaks the original Spanish.
That's not the original. That would be from Castilla, but it's
He's
close.
Like from the south, if I remember.
From the south. Yeah. That's the south.
Can you actually speak a normal Spanish speed, which would be currently really
normal
fast?
Spanish. You want?
Yeah, I want to hear what it's like.
Speaking at normal Spanish speed. What are you talking about?
Wait, that's normal? I thought you said you were
slow. He's speaking normal Spanish.
Yeah, that's normal Spanish, Rad.
Yeah, the slow Spanish is the normal Spanish, my dude.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that's the original accent that is like different.
No, you're not speaking fast.
If you hear me like stretching out the words like andele, cosas así, so things like that, that's basically Mexican.
Yeah.
If you see me like speaking like I have no fucking time left, that is Caribbean Spanish. It's Cuban, Puerto Rican, and Dominican.
Yeah.
And if you see me speaking similar to Spanish but without what we call el ceceo, which is pronouncing some things like with this like sound, like
the S,
the different S, that is basically South American Spanish.
Yeah.
I thought you were going Spanish at like a slow pace.
No.
But yeah, that's the slow normal Spanish.
Yeah.
I mean, I could speak slower, but it just make me sound stupid.
Yeah, no, that's a rigorous.
Anyway, any questions you have? To Vincenzo? At this point, you just want to just speak more Spanish, I think.
You're just gonna put it like, warning, middle of the thing, you're gonna be speak Spanish, so please have a dictionary. Or someone that speaks Spanish for you. And I was gonna put it there. The factory. If we're gonna hit the factory, I mean, not hit, but like we can infiltrate the factory. What is gonna be the best time?
Bueno, en cuanto a la fábrica, esta trabaja, yo diría que más bien, bueno, no casi todo el día, pero trabajan hasta tarde. Trabajan por turnos y a veces la operación como que se extiende hasta horas de la noche también. Así que en cuanto a cómo entrar a la fábrica ya es un poco más complicado. Pero yo diría que de madrugada, bien tarde en la noche, bien tempranito en la mañana, más o menos entre las 4 y las 5 de la mañana, de ahí le pudieran entrar a la fábrica, ¿no? It's basically saying that the factory works in shifts.
Yeah.
And so the best way to get in there is not really in the evening because they work until very late hours of the evening. It's basically saying that the best way to go in would be around 4 or 5 a.m. maybe.
Also, do they need like an IDs or something, to
Oh, los trabajadores, pues sí, claro, tienen su identificación y todo, sí. He's basically saying that, like workers do have IDs and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, okay, Ronnie, this is a question for you. This world does have like pictures, right? Like, like pictures. Or this.
Like photographs? No.
Okay. So they have like, we can actually, okay, I'm thinking of, if we can, sneak, take out an ID and, put it like Judas' character. Can we do that? And he could be entered into the factory?
Probably. You don't know. Make a knowledge. I'd say make an intelligence check.
Intelligence check. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Roll. Plus nothing because I have a 13.
So you would know that usually like IDs are associated with the person that the ID is emitting. The ID is a way of confirming that person is who he says he is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Usually the ID doesn't have like a picture of the individual, but usually has essentially a way of identifying that person. He has an ID number, he has a name, you know. And in some cases, more advanced IDs, they do have like a system that allows you to identify if the person that says he's carrying the ID is actually the one that is carrying the ID. But you really don't know the level of security that this factory has, so you wouldn't be able to tell if like that is the type of security that they have over there.
Okay, I tell Ethan. Okay, if you when you get inside the factory, you may be able to steal one of the IDs. So if they ask you, at least you have your identification or whatever.
I mean, if I could steal one, if I could find one. I'm not particularly good at like pickpocketing, if that's what you're asking.
Well,
But,
you
yeah.
can find or whatever,
Yeah.
or steal one. But yeah, so you don't get suspicious if you don't have an ID on you.
Okay.
If anything, you could try maybe fabricating out of your shadows.
Yeah.
Maybe something similar.
Crafting an ID. True, I could. Yeah. As long as their IDs are not magical, that should be fine.
I mean, at that point, if they are gonna check out your ID, you're gonna be fucked because you don't have any information or whatever, or in the system of that.
Like I can make it look and feel like the ID, but if it has any magical traits, I cannot copy those.
Yeah, but it's gonna be, at this point, it's gonna be like not to get in trouble. At least not, if you don't have it on you, they're gonna see like, yeah, you're a worker basically, another run of the mill.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's it for what's called Vincenzo.
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 No, Vincenzo.
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 How do you say?
Vincenzo.
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 With a T. With a T.
Not Vincenzo, not with the T. Where the fuck did you get the T from? Vincenzo.
Oh, with a C.
So.
It's a C. Vincenzo.
Cho?
So. Vincenzo.
Vincenzo.
Yeah. I think that, do we need any more information? I think we have almost everything that we need.
I can't think of anything else really.
I'm good.
Okay,
Whoa, what's so funny?
So at that point, he gets off the carriage, and well, you continue on your journey, and basically, Antonio goes to you. So, where will be leaving you off?
Should probably get some supplies for the road, right? Some food, rations, whatever.
Yeah, rations.
Anywhere to get food for the road. How long is the journey?
It depends. If you're traveling by land, it should take approximately 4 days.
Oh, okay.
If you're traveling by sea, it should take a couple days.
Oh, we're traveling by land, so we'll go with 4 days then.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say at least just pack enough rations for a week minimum.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
7.
Where do you even get rations here? Can you even get rations in this city? I feel like you'd.
I mean, Il Mercato will be the best place for you to find rations. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's 42 rations?
I guess, yeah.
We want enough for a week, right? How many of us is
Yeah.
there?
6.
Oh, that's right, 6. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. So we're gonna go to the mercado.
Il Mercato. Mm-hmm.
Il mercado.
I'm pretty sure we had rations from before, but I don't
we
know what
have
happened to them.
rations, but we need, backup.
They were lost.
Don't want to run out of freaking food like in the middle of the desert.
Oh, we still have them? We're just buying more just in case.
I mean, if anybody has a number written down, but I'm just gonna assume we don't have them anymore because I can't find the number right now.
Let me double
They're
check.
gone.
I written down 80, but that was like a really long time ago. I don't know.
That's probably accurate.
That's a really long time ago.
Over here, at least I have like at least on Lawrence inventory like 14.
Okay. So, when was the last time we ever used rations?
Freaking
Underdark.
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 Before that, it was
On the desert, I guess. No.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
it was to the place. The fucking the Cerulean Dixie. Okay, so yeah, okay.
So yeah, it's.
Oh shit. Bro, that's so long ago.
Yeah, I guess we need more food.
Yeah, we'll just get 42 more. Why not? It's not like we're starving on money here. Just... So who wants to buy 42 rations?
Okay, what type of rations are you looking for? Are you looking for any specific or just regular rations?
The average one?
Regular.
The most expensive rations they have.
The most expensive rations they have. Okay. So you wander around Il Mercato, looking for rations, the most expensive they have, and you find several rations that can be quite pricey. You have elven rations, you have gnome rations, you have halfling rations. Each of those are 2 gold pieces a ration.
Jesus. I guess the Elvish, we're gonna get the Elvish because that's the
Elven rations doesn't sound too bad.
It's the most nutritious, if I remember.
Mm-hmm.
So
they're called Elven Trail rations.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we're getting the Elven, the Elvish. Elven.
What is that, like 84 gold?
I don't know, do the math.
Suppose I get
the night of right after all the Spanish is like, yeah, my brain is fried. Okay, 42.
I'll pay for the elven rations for us. We'll die nice.
How much gold? 8?
It's 84. It's okay. Got it.
84. Yep. If we're buying 41, it would be 84.
Alrighty.
42 maybe. If we're buying 42, it would be 84. Yep.
Elven trail rations.
Yeah. So we're gonna get for like what, a week?
Alright.
Okay, you get your 48 rations.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Water?
Check, you guys think of anything?
We have one to create water. What is it? Lawrence can make a house. So we're doing that. For camping.
Oh man, yeah. Are we? Let's think. We have plans. We have backup plans. We can always communicate with each other. It's really just a journey there. That's kind of the only thing we really need supplies for. I don't know, unless you guys can think of anything else.
Yeah.
I guess we only have to buy the rations. I mean, we already got it. But...
No, we already got the what? No.
Yep, we already got them. I gotcha. 42 Elven Trail rations, baby.
I guess that's it. What it needed. So I guess we need to.
What time? It's like afternoon right about now, right?
We have.
I mean, at this point, you went to the zoo in the morning. Yeah, I'd say it's in the afternoon. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Should we leave tomorrow early?
Yeah, I guess we can leave it tomorrow morning.
You think we can't leave today?
Do you want to leave
right
now? Like nighttime?
I honestly have nothing left to do here.
I mean,
so
anytime works.
I don't mind leaving right now.
We want to get the solid 9 hours of travel in, right? Do we want to travel at night? That doesn't seem like a good idea for most of us.
I have light vision, low light. Oh, I have the goggles that I took from the Afro. So we
From what?
From the Afro, from the requisition thing.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the thing about the Phantom Chariot though is that at least only one person has to like be awake driving the chariot. Everybody else could be sleeping, so we could take shifts while traveling as well.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh shit. Never mind then. Fuck it.
Wait,
How do you control it? I don't like. Is it just like riding a horse?
Riding carriage.
Oh, dude, I would need to make a ride check. Who guys my ride check? I don't have a good ride check.
Well,
Isn't
we can,
ride based off of dexterity or something?
we can split up
There it
the
is.
we can split up the shifts between the two, like two people. What you have the goggles of dark vision, you can see in the dark, right?
Oh wait,
Ethan?
I forgot. I have goggles of night.
Oh, you have them too. Oh, okay, then
I can
like,
also see in the dark. I forgot.
as
I
long
have
as you guys are willing to, it's it's a night travel. It's whatever. We can come leave now. Then if you guys are comfortable with it, I can't see well at the night, so that's.
Yeah, so we can take. I mean, we can ride and get back and come back. Stay like one day, not one day, like freaking, I don't know, like a couple hours until it recharges the horse, the carriage, the phantom.
Well, we want to get a solid 9 hours of travel. So if it's afternoon right now, it'll be pretty dark by the time we're done with the Phantom Chariot. I mean, that's actually not that bad because then we'll be able to, we'll get a solid night's rest. We won't have to sleep during the day or, just meander around during the day or whatever.
But
I don't know, Lawrence.
We need to get into the city in the morning, I guess.
No, I mean, not to get the city in the town in the morning. Get one whenever we need to. Unless they have like, I don't know, curfew. I wouldn't expect them that.
We didn't ask for that. So fuck.
I just assume they don't, but it's not like it's Raven's Perch or whatever, right? They're pretty strict.
Yeah,
It's just some smaller, like, tiny port town type thing. You should be fine.
Yeah, I don't think so. They're just some small port town. Why would they have it?
I mean, between you three, if you guys are willing to take watch while we're riding or whatever, or whatever.
Yeah, I don't mind doing that.
Yeah, I can.
So wait, when are we leaving?
We can leave right now.
I guess, yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. Lawrence, how many times a day can you even cast Phantom Chariot? Or is it like an issue? Or
won't be an issue for 9 hours a day, and I can cast it around let me tell you exact time, around 4 times a day.
Oh, okay. Is it a problem?
24 hours then.
Like if we needed to take shelter or something, does that coincide with the 4 days, or is it different?
It would collide with the how many times I can cast the shelter.
Well,
we can take a rest or like a long rest on like day 2 or like. So you can.
Lawrence, what's the time today on your watch, on your clock, your timepiece?
What? What does the watch say? You can just give an approximate. You don't have to say exact time.
I just need an hour.
Ronan's dead.
Okay, so what are you doing?
Put in the clock.
He asked about the time. Yes.
Fuck. It's 2. It's 12 past 2.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. I mean, if we leave right now, it'll be like what, like 11 p.m. by the time the chariot ends, and then.
And we also gotta make sure at least that we tell everybody back in the ship.
Oh yeah. Everybody, we're probably gonna leave right now to Pernington. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear. Okay, I guess. I mean, is it urgent or something?
It's not urgent. We just want to get there as soon as possible. And we're kind of, we're set right now. We have all the information we can gather here, we think.
Okay, then Godspeed.
Thank you. Godspeed to you too. All right. Dope.
Okay, so I guess we headed to the exit. I guess to the.
Yeah, just split up the however you want to do the chariot riding at night, or have 2 people do the whenever it hits nighttime we swap, or whenever it's dark we swap with like I don't know. You do whatever the fuck you want.
We can.
I'd say let's just like camp it out during the night, honestly.
Yeah, I might just camp out.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying because it's going to get dark before the chariot ends, right? And we want to get. Why wouldn't we try and get 9 hours of riding through, right? If you don't want to, that's fine.
Yeah.
We can. Okay. We can start like regular ride. I don't know, like.
I'd say Argus would be best, so that we travel up until we feel comfortable, not until the ride goes out. That way we can ride as soon as we wake up in the morning, and it would be optimal, I would say.
That would make sense too. Yeah, sure. I can agree with that. So, what? Like 9 p.m., 8 p.m., 6 p.m.? I don't know. Whenever the sun goes.
Around there.
Whenever it gets dark is probably best. All right, yeah. So we ride until it gets dark. We camp out until morning, and then we go on.
Sure, yeah, we can do that. So.
Yeah. Phantom chariot away, the chariot's still there. Can you take us to the edge of the city, and then we'll be on our way.
Absolutely, no problem.
Thank you.
Basically takes a carriage all the way to the outskirts of the city, and he drops you there. And well, what do you do then?
Time to summon the Phantom Chariot, guys. Here we go. Summon Phantom Chariot. Let's go on our 4th level spell slot.
And we go.
Okay, so you summon the Phantom Chariot, and you kind of like begin your journey to Pernington. And so as you set yourselves on this first stage of the journey,
that's where we're gonna end it.
That is where we're going to end today's session.
Okay.
Sweet.
Damn,
it's 1 o'clock here. Damn.
You're complaining about 1 a.m., right? You're complaining about 1 a.m.
I've been trying to lower my sleep schedule. Instead of like sitting at like 5 a.m.
And you think I don't, right?
Judas, your sleep schedule never mattered anyways.
Okay, so
slept at like 12
from next Friday onwards, we begin 7 my time.
Okay, alrighty.
Okay,
So that would be
Alright.
time.
Wait, what is 7 your time?
8 our time. And Brad, 8 our time.
Maybe 8?
Yep.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just 1 hour back from what we started on today, basically. So
Yes.
Jesus, I'd never expect to freaking in the middle of this campaign start to speak Spanish.
we're gonna blow up the fucking factory and kill everybody.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie though, Dino.
Yeah.
Part of me really do want to start the war. As a player, this would make it so interesting.
No.
Yep.
The mayor and say, ask the Republic here.
So interesting. You make me start a fucking war and I'm gonna kill you. I mean it.
I'm not gonna lie. I want to start.
I mean it. This campaign is gonna be over real
Wait, it's already
fucking
over?
quick.
Look,
man, we're 3.
I mean, if you make me start a war and have to plan on those fucking war scenarios, your ass is getting killed. I need some blood sacrifices to really make it interesting. Like I think that as a DM, having a player death would make the campaign really interesting.
We have had people die. I died already.
No, like a permanent death.
Permanent. No,
like a fucking disintegration out of orbit type of death.
I mean, if we did actually kill the mayor and say Aston Republic was here, like it would be really hard for us to get out of the
I thought you said you prepared in a way where you expected us to kill people.
Yes, but not to start the fucking war.
There's
room.
room.
If you kill a worker, it's probably not going to start a war unless you make it really overtly like connected
Unless you fucking hang the body over the fucking factory entrance and basically said the Aston Republic was.
Okay. To be fair, we can still hang the body on the thing. We just don't say it's from Aston Republic or anything.
The worker.
Why the fuck would you do that?
We can still do that.
Marty, don't work here.
Why are you all of a sudden turning into like the most random murder hobos ever? Like,
we gotta send a message.
All right, no, you wanna send a message, dude? I got a bunch of them right here, just for you. So start sending your murder hobo messages. I will basically say, message received, get ready to fucking die.
Damn. Hey, Future, are we allowed to kill people in your campaign?
Boy, what the hell do you think?
Yes.
I mean, you are allowed to kill people in my campaign. I never told you no, but you're trying. I mean, if you want to try to kill
I meant like in Future's campaign, it's like the consequences.
The main thing is like you can, but there's always consequences.
Yeah, but I don't know. You're not gonna send like the enlightened ones after us, are you?
Well, it's not like Rona's gonna send the enlightened ones after us. So if we start fucking murdering, people are we start investigating. You're like, what the fuck's going on?
We might get a bounty.
Yeah, if we kill the mayor, it's like, oh shit. Somebody killed the mayor.
Every killer, we can still stuff his body in like the bag or something.
Yeah, he just goes missing for a few days. Like, where's the mayor?
He goes missing forever. What do you mean?
Jesus fucking Christ.
He just got lost. I don't know. He got killed by a wild bear or something. I don't know.
Hopefully he's not important.
So, officer, these very particular markings, yes, he got squelched head to toe. Yeah, I bet I do that.
Yeah, well, nobody's gonna see his body anyway. We're gonna stuff it in the bag.
Then it's not going to be attacked by a bear because, well, bears do not stuff bodies in bags of holding.
No one's gonna know.
At least not the regular bears. Might be a fucking an owl bear.
We hired an owl bear to kill him.
Oh shit!
An owl bear with the bag of holding might stuff like the body in the bag of holding to eat it later. I don't know.
Oh god.
Either way, I'm calling it night, so good night, people.
Yeah, me too. I want to get off. I got to do other stuff. So see you next week.
Yeah.
Catch you later.
Wow.
We could threaten the mayor to reveal that he has a mistress if he doesn't come and talk to us and give us documents we need.
We're gonna threaten him?
Well, we know he has a mistress, so it's definitely an angle.
Don't tell me you guys were fine with that whole entire switching language thing.
I don't understand it, but
it was a total waste of time. It was unnecessary. It was I don't like it. It was dumb.
You don't like it?
No, fuck no.
I don't know. I never switched languages. I don't know. Whatever.
I don't see how it's an issue.
I did it just to fucking point out how bullshit it is. It's dumb.
Well, why is it bullshit though? What's bullshit about it?
It's literally okay. It's like, okay, they have a conversation. And then they have to repeat the entire conversation over again, where all they had to do in the first place was just say it, and then we just understand. And some of the characters, like for example, Argus, who was supposed to be understanding that in the first place, wasn't getting it until way after, because he had to translate the entire fucking thing.
Okay, so I just left to get water.
That was
What
just dumb.
the
I
fuck
don't fucking like that shit.
What I missed? I just left to
Hey,
get
Tris,
water.
you might as well just go read my notes or something.
It doesn't really matter.
Just go read my notes.
It's like what
I think that's the fucking last time it happens.
Like, what the fuck? Is Judas just being a whiny bitch about Ronan repeating?
Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, we're gonna do this.
Oh my god, just shut the fuck up, Atris. You have no fucking room to speak.
That's why I started to speak. That's why I asked that question in English. That's why I asked them.
Yeah. Anyway, I just hope that's the last time. I don't know. That was basically we didn't play for like half that session because of all that.
That wasn't even half the session. Like literally the last like quarter of the session that we were
was
talking
only
about.
like
It felt like fucking half the session to me.
that was like the last 30 minutes or so. Like towards that bit.
Yeah, it really wasn't that long, to be honest.
But to be fair, I can understand what Judas was like coming from. It was kind of getting boring because I was not understanding it until like after. So I just had this moment where I was just like, yeah, what's happening?
Yeah.
I can understand what his point is though,
Yeah.
because I don't understand the damn language either.
Okay.
Just learned Spanish, L.
That's why I started to speak to ask the question in English. That's one of the reasons. Because
Dude, holy shit, I just fucking noticed that, like...
Judas, why are you putting Madara on the fucking chat there?
I just saw you put a Madara gift and I was like, okay, sure, I'll put you down.
Popping off because World
No,
just went.
it's because he put Al Haytham there to begin with.
Oh yeah, that.
Why?
I think that was when he started talking about the mistress and I was like, who asked?
That was at 10 o'clock though. What do you mean?
Was it? Oh shit.
This was like 2 hours before the mistress.
Oh wait, no. He's talking about the academy.
Oh yeah,
like,
academy. I don't know why. I just put Madara there. And I put Aizen there. Dude, look at the Kyoka Suigetsu.
Wait. No dot head empty.
Yuha Baka. Shackle.
What? What?
Sergio.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fucking nearing the end.